Welcome, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Oregon Board of Forestry to order. First, take a roll call to ensure we have a quorum. Nils Christopherson. Here. Cindy Deacon-Williams.
Here.
Joe Justice. Here. Jim Kelly.
Here.
Brendan McComb. Mike Rose. I'm Tom Imeson. We're all here today. Just like to remind people it would be helpful if you would silence your electronic devices during the meeting. I also want to mention that pursuant to ORS 183-335-14, no public comment can be made on agenda item 2. The smoke management rule change topic, and that's because it was part of a formal administrative rulemaking process with a public comment period that has since closed. Also want to remind people that in order to ensure that the board has the opportunity to conduct all of the business on the agenda for its meetings, public comment for agenda topics will be limited to no more than 30 minutes and received upon conclusion of the topic's presentation. That's 30 minutes for a particular item. A sign-up sheet is available for public comment on a first-come, first-served basis. And we'll now proceed with the consent agenda. Is there a motion for approval of consent items A through F?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to announce a potential conflict of interest on consent agenda E, Regional Forest Practice Committee appointments. Patrick Marola is part of that appointment. He's an employee of Hancock Forest Management. He's replacing me on that committee, so I'll be abstaining from that.
Okay.
From item E of the consent agenda.
Thank you.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and the record will reflect that Joe abstained on that particular item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could raise one question that the review of the minutes raised in my mind. Approved them just fine, but as I was going back through our October retreat, I noticed that in discussion regarding monitoring, we had a recommendation and suggestion from the state forester that a discussion with the external review committee would be appropriate early in the year, and I'd just like to highlight that and remind everyone that we had talked about doing that and would like to see that occur. Page 4 and 5 of the October retreat minutes, we had the suggestion that a discussion with the external review committee to outline protocol and scientific review early next year may be the best approach, and I'd like to see that happen.
And it is now next year.
It is now next year.
Thank you. Next item is the state forester comments. That would be you, Peter.
Yes. It is a new year. Happy New Year, everyone, and good morning. As I look back on 2018, I'm amazed and impressed by ODF employees' continued dedication to public service in the face of increasing challenges on many fronts. It often shows up most visibly during fire season. Our entire agency stepped up with the help of landowner cooperators, partners, and responded to another challenging fire season. The 6th out of the last 7 have been very challenging. Over the course of the 2018 fire season, ODF and its forest protective associations partners suppressed a total of 1,059 fires, an estimated 75,000 acres burned on ODF protected lands this year, more than doubling the 10-year average. Across all lands in Oregon, including ODF protected lands, 2019 wildfires burned approximately 857,000 acres. So we burned 75,000 out of the 875,000. We protect about half of the lands in the state. Staff from the agency pitched in to help where needed. Their dedication helped us meet our fire response needs and keep department business on track. In addition to keeping all their core business going, State Forest made headway on our workforce futuring business improvements. The Federal Forest Restoration continued to expand its work across Oregon. The private forest program pushed forward with the marbled murrelet analysis, and the administrative branch supported all our agency operations while continuing to work on statewide systems improvements, including Oregon buys our new modern procurement system. These are just to name a few of the key projects that staff worked on while doing their core business in fighting fire. In short, I saw a lot of great teamwork. I saw a lot of flexibility and willingness to participate in all efforts. I thank all of our employees for sacrificing to meet the challenges of providing excellent public service, and I cannot say enough about all that they do. Before I get started on my main topic, the governor's 2019-21 recommended budget, I'm going to welcome a group of new stewardship foresters and some state forest foresters who have joined us today at the meeting and who are visiting us around the state to get oriented to their new roles, the agency, and to observe the board at work. These folks will deliver a variety of services and support to Oregon's forest landowners and state forest, including forest practice administration, forest health review, providing access to a variety of landowner assistance program with partner agencies, state forest management, and support of the Protection from Fire program. As frontline representatives of the department, they are generalists who encounter a range of topics and whose knowledge and understanding of the forest and the people of the area in which they are stationed will increase over time as a result of the services they provide. Will you guys stand up? All right, please join me in wishing them every success as they go forward on behalf of the department and serve the people of Oregon and the forests of Oregon. Thanks a lot. This is getting to be a regular thing, which is really nice. When we do get new people and new roles, we do include them in the board. It's good for them to see policy making at its best. Moving on to the governor's recommended budget, at a high level, the total statewide budget is $83 billion, which includes $2.3 billion in anticipated new revenue. The governor stated that the economy is growing. We have the lowest unemployment ever, and people are moving into the state of Oregon. She said that Oregon is at a turning point and it's time to make significant investment in the future. The governor's focus on her priority policy areas should not be surprising. There are investments in healthcare, education, affordable housing, and climate change. Of note, within the climate change priority, the governor's recommended budget proposes merging the Office of Carbon Policy and the Oregon Department of Energy to create a new agency, the Oregon Climate Authority. There are also $2.9 billion in new cost. Most of these are fund shifts due to healthcare costs shifting from the state to the state from the federal government. Leaving about a $620 million shortfall. I know there's been discussion of PERS, so of that $620 million shortfall, $78 million is attributed to increased PERS cost. So for ODF, the governor's recommended budget is around $388 million of total funds. And this is actually a 22% decrease, which caused some consternation early on. But this large decrease is due to removing one-time funding for the purchase of the Elliott Forest. $100 million was added to our budget as a one-time fund. And then removal of significant one-time costs for large fires, which are outside our base budget in the 2017-19 biennium. So it actually, when you look at it from a staffing point of view, the GRB maintains consistent funding and capacity for the department, and it does not propose reduction of any filled positions. The budget does include approximately 5% reduction in funding across the department, which comes from position vacancy savings, a slight reduction in funding for services and supplies, and the elimination of 9 vacant positions. Once again, these reductions do not impact our current staffing level, and funding remains near current service level. So overall, we're, in the past few, we've had some reductions of staffing, and there's no proposed reduction at this point. While the governor's budget does not include the agency initiative, which we spent a lot of time talking to the board about, it does recognize the need to address the increasing challenging fire seasons. Quote, Oregon's firefighting approach leads the nation in effectiveness. Yeah. However, wildfire dynamics are changing, and it's never too soon to evaluate the approach to wildfire education, prevention, suppression, attack, and community recovery. Governor Brown will sign an executive order to establish the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response. The charge of the council is to evaluate Oregon's current system for responding to large fires and determine whether or not the current model is sustainable. The council will issue a report in September of 2019 to make recommendations for the future of Oregon's wildfire response infrastructure, unquote. And so this is going to, while we didn't get any funding for the POP, and I've said this to our stakeholders and to many other people, we did not have strong support among the stakeholders for that POP. There were concerns about it. The Governor's Council will provide an excellent opportunity to expand the conversation we started about the need for additional capacity in our current system for responding to large fires. The conversation is also going to include a discussion around the state fire marshals funding as well. They're in a very similar situation of us, of having a large increase in the number of deployments that they're doing, and they have no dedicated funding or no emergency funding for their deployments on wildfires. The council will also create a forum for discussion about opportunities for modernizing our system, and it will address other challenges such as underprotected lands that really arose out of the fires up in the wheat field area. And then impacts to communities, and that's building on the work that was done in the Columbia Gorge and after the Chetco Bar, when those communities were seriously impacted and services shut down for a period of time. That involves a lot of agencies. We don't have a big role in community recovery. It's health and human services, unemployment, any number of agencies other than ours. The work completed by our 2016 fire program review and the Secretary of State audit, as well as work on the agency initiative, will provide a really good start to this commission and will help inform this commission. And the governor's recommended budget allocated $400,000 to help facilitate this process. So it actually is proposed to come with funds to do the work. More specifically, in terms of fire protection, it maintains a current capacity in the fire protection division. It maintains a current funding structure for base fire protection and severity resources, but it proposes a change in the funding of large fires. So as most of you will remember, large fire costs are shared between the general fund and private landowners up through the first 20 million. And the next 30 million of cost in the deductible have been borne by the general fund, funded through the general purpose emergency fund. The governor's recommended budget notes that the amount reserved in the governor's budget for the general purpose emergency fund assumes a shift to an equal cost share between the general fund and private landowners for large fire costs. That will create some real challenges, particularly in Eastern Oregon, where it's already been recognized that fire costs are too high to keep forest in forest. Hence the East Side rate relief, which was restored in the 2018 session. The GRB also reserved $6 million in special purpose appropriations in the emergency fund to pay for severity resources and the catastrophic fire insurance premiums. For state forest, the GRB increases the state forest by 16.8% over the 2017-19 legislatively approved budget. And the primary reason for the increase is spending authorizations for sort sales, which allows ODF to contract for logging activities and receive revenues for logs delivered to the mill. This is one of our business improvements for increasing revenue per timber sale, but it requires more transactions, and all transactions need authorization. And the GRB also restores staffing reductions made in the 2017-19 biennium around common school funds. There were some errors made with the closure of the Elliott and things, and they fixed that. In private forest, it maintains current capacity in the private forest division, but it also includes a change on the administration of the Forest Practice Act, which is a big share of the private forest. It reflects a shift to 50-50 general fund harvest tax from the current 60-40 split on funding forest practices. In agency administration, again, maintains the current capacity, including funding for our federal forest restoration program. It also includes $150,000 additional funding to engage in a consultant to help streamline our federal emergency management, fire management assistance grants to try to speed up recovery on that and look at that process to see if we can make it more efficient. So with that, are there any questions?
Okay, any comments from board members? Jim?
Yeah. I want to bring up an issue. So in the last 3 months, we have all been witness to stunning reports about the pace and the reality of climate change. Reports at every level, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the National Climate Assessment, and more locally, the Oregon Global Warming Commission's biennial report. All share pretty much the same story. Climate change is real and affecting life here and elsewhere right now, today, and that the pace of climate change is accelerating and outpacing many previously accepted models. As a board and as a department, we have a responsibility to incorporate and prioritize all forestry issues related to climate change, especially the issue of carbon sequestration. And of course, the department is working on this issue. But the other side of the coin is that we need to proactively plan for the current and future effects of climate change on the ground. The near certainty that we will continue to have more fires to fight and more severe fires, and that it is likely only to get worse. And that there is a near certainty of other, mostly unknown, climate change-induced changes that will affect the health of our forests. With what is already clearly happening today, and as stewards of Oregon's forests, I think we need to recognize that we are in the center of a climate change vortex. We are all aware of this, and climate change is part of nearly all conversations at ODF. Nevertheless, the board's climate change policy has not been updated since 2011. We have not formalized plans that assume these worsening conditions. We have not yet fully developed policies regarding carbon sequestration, let alone strategies to implement. Climate change is not part of the current forest management plan, although it is part of the new FMP planning process. Finally, it is not part of the Forest Practices Act, and this has a real effect, as noted in today's agenda item number 3 regarding the Siskiyou Forest. So personally, I would like to see this addressed as the urgent priority for the department. While I appreciate that the department is working on the role of carbon in forests as an emerging issue, that in itself, in my view, is not fully adequate. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any other comments on that issue? Yes, Cindy.
Yeah, I'd like to sort of chime in support of your observations. I think it's really important that in all of our deliberations and all of our decision making on all issues that a full incorporation of the anticipated impacts of climate change be part of the planning process and part of the analytic process. I think it is absolutely incumbent upon us whenever we're considering new rules, new regulations, new policies, that entire discussion, planning, and analysis be done within the full expectation of the implications that we know already. So for instance, in both the state forest management planning and in the riparian rule discussions that we're having, it is important not only that we talk about whether or not we are meeting our goals under current conditions, but whether or not we have the potential to be able to meet our obligations and goals under the anticipated future conditions. They're pretty well defined, pretty well known. As far as I can tell with the climate science knowledge over the last several decades, the only changes that has occurred is that the science is finding that the impacts are happening quicker, earlier, and stronger than originally anticipated. So it's something that I think is absolutely required that we incorporate front and center as a primary consideration in everything that we do. And in addition to the carbon sequestration component, I think it's very important that we think in terms of the adaptation strategies. We think in terms of what can we do to change our management so that we're more likely to allow the resources that we care about to survive under the changes and impacts and pressures that climate change is bringing.
Yeah, I just hope the conversation can be, can be complete, because Oregon has the ability to store a great deal of carbon in a variety of different ways, including within trees, within forest products. And we have this unique ability. Oregon is very unique. It's a wonderful state that we can do. We grow a tremendous amount of timber. We convert that timber into forest products, which stores carbon. And I think we need to make sure that that's part of the conversation, because we can think about this in a couple different ways. And that's just what I would add, is that it needs to be a complete conversation, a complete thought process as to what Oregon can really do to impact this global issue, and how can we as a state be the most effective. And so that I would just add that needs to be certainly a part of our conversation.
I just want to support Jim's comment. I too think that climate change needs to be front and center. It's no longer an emerging issue. It's an issue that's facing us right now. And I also agree with Joe that it needs to be a complete conversation, and we need to carefully consider the half-life of carbon storage in forest products as well as wood in the forest, and understand what the trade-offs are associated with various management approaches that will sequester carbon for the longest period possible, whether it be in forest products or whether it be trees left in the woods.
So Peter.
Yeah, so, and perhaps it shouldn't be in an emerging issue because of the name of the emerging issue, but I have one staff person dedicated to carbon analysis, Andrew Yost, and he's done an amazing amount of work, and he's brought it to this board. In fact, I'll remind the board that we recently completed in 2015 the emerging issue on climate change adaptation, where the board adopted a number of recommendations. In fact, kind of one recommendation that kind of counteracts one of our Forestry Program for Oregon recommendations around reforestation and looking at new seedlings, because turns out that Douglas fir is more adaptive than we thought, as you heard at our last meeting from our seed orchard. So we do have it in the emerging issue because that's where we have the capacity. It's also been turned over to us from the Global Warming Commission because they could not get to consensus on the forest topic. And so we have, at the request of the governor's office and the Office of Carbon Policy, we've taken on the more detailed analysis of stocks and flux in Oregon's forest. Well, we're also contracted for a stocks and flux analysis of harvested wood products, and those are ongoing now. Well, ongoing as soon as the federal government starts back up, but they're in practice. We did just recently cancel a meeting to talk about some preliminary results. And so we have brought that preliminary work of the Oregon Global Warming Commission to the board in June, if I recall correctly, at LeGrand, and those results, and that's been turned over to us. We also do have plans for a more forward-looking analysis around carbon storage, because that's where the rubber really hits the road. The first two look back over the past 10 years, what has been the stock and flux of Oregon's forests, and preliminary results that were presented at June. Oregon's forests are sequestering about 30 million metric tons of carbon per year. We have not gotten results yet back on the wood products analysis and new numbers for that, but the final study would be looking at alternate management scenarios. And there are enough work out there now that we kind of know the range of examinations we can look at. Changes in forest management practices to increase biomass on the ground is one. So longer rotations if you're short of culmination of mean annual increment. Another is making sure that as much wood products goes in to long-lived wood products. Another is avoiding deforestation, and on that, Oregon's a leader in the nation in terms of land use and protecting forests as forests. So we gotta, I think we'll see when we compare our results to the California report, there'll be a difference there in terms of carbon loss due to land use conversion. But again, looking at a forward-looking scenario, and that's the next study we would be doing to looking at strategies. And I think the board discussion also needs to be on, what sort of approaches. So I will be reaching out to the governor's office, expressing if the board is interested in making this a priority, to coordinate with them, and because right now they have a climate change bill in the legislature, and they are looking at least the previous two bills, and it looks like there is interest on offsets from land use, so both agriculture and forestry and estuaries, looking at what are the opportunities there. So there may be a real crucial role in terms of protocol for this board, depending on how that legislation comes out. Again, I'm looking at how do we shift some capacity around to try to free up some more capacity to address some of these issues, and perhaps there'll be an opportunity through the legislation to have additional capacity to address some of these issues. One of the reasons why we're contracting so much of this out is there is good expertise at FIA around carbon stocks and flows. They produce the California report. We're using the University of Montana, I think it is, Bureau of Economic Research for the harvested wood products. They've done that in a number of states. They're also doing that for California. So all the work we're doing is consistent with the California work and will be consistent by and large with the Washington work, because we are part of that climate alliance, and we coordinate and communicate across the states and stay in a line. So that's kind of where we're at with that. You know, perhaps more discussion about what other things you might want us, some ideas of what other stuff we might be focused on. But maybe a first step would be to sort of refresh the board with the history of climate change work in Oregon, which we started getting involved in back in 1990, contributing to a number of reports, both on forest health and other things, and then up through the recent work in 2015 that the board did. Maybe look at the forestry program for Oregon, where your current policies are stated around, and which ones we might want to look at right away. There is a goal G is to improve carbon sequestration in Oregon's forest and wood products, to paraphrase it. And there are some objectives underneath that. So maybe a first step is sort of bringing back a refresh of the work, the current board policy and the work on that the board's done, and then have a discussion about where we want to focus our priorities. Because the board did direct us to incorporate it into all aspects of our work, and I think, you know, in some ways we are. You know, I think our agency is a sustainable initiative. We didn't necessarily say we were dealing with climate change. We were certainly dealing with increases in droughts, bad fire conditions over the past 7 years. So, but again, that might be a good first step. So it's perhaps more board discussion and direction.
Yep. Peter, if I could sort of add, I think certainly during my tenure on the board so far, there has been a dramatic increase in the attention that's been given to the topic. I think the work that's been done once under the emerging issue auspices has been very good, particularly as it relates to the carbon sequestration component. If you do bring an agenda item to the board to refresh and sort of look at history and look at opportunities for future involvement and direction, I would like to see a couple of items. One, dealing with both sort of components of the way the universe tends to deal with climate change, not only the mitigation aspect, the carbon sequestration question, but also the adaptation component of it. You know, how do you identify where the climate refuges are on the landscape, and what are we doing in order to manage the land so that those climate refuges are likely to persist through time? You know, that kind of stuff. I think we need to give equal attention to both aspects of a response to climate change. Secondly, while I think we've done some very good work sort of in our climate emerging issue, stovepipe, I think it would be also very useful to have a summary of what has been done to integrate the reality of climate change occurring into daily operations and decision making. And I think we probably haven't done as much in that area as we should. You know, at this point, personally, I think it should be a given that that is one of the topics discovered or covered in all of our discussions, and that's not the case. So you know, I think a good refresh and identification of existing policy, when policy changes were made, what we've done on both mitigation and adaptation, and what we've done to integrate climate change into daily operations, and consideration in daily operations would be very helpful.
Yeah, and so to remind you, the board did make recommendations for us to do that in 2015.
Yeah.
And so I think a summary of some of the key things that we have done would be useful.
I just want to clarify that, a big part of my concern is really the operational concern for the agency, because I'm very concerned that the agency becomes overwhelmed in future years by these longer fire seasons and by the effect that alone will have on other agency work, whether it's foresters out there working to prepare sales or conservation work. Or if we start seeing a big uptick in infestations and that kind of thing. I can see a scenario where we are constantly overwhelmed and not getting our job done as stewards of the forest. So that I think that goes to looking at budgets and requests and how we deal with the legislature and things that are not fully under control of this board or this department. But that's part of what I want to be mindful about.
And I really appreciate that, because we are overwhelmed. I mean, let's face it, when you think about the statistics of 55, an increase in 55 FTE equivalents during fire season in regular and overtime, and that's not counting all the people, our leaders that don't get overtime, that put in another slug of overtime hours. Yeah, it is a real concern, and so I really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have a sense of when we might, when is the next time that we could actually organize more of a briefing and discussion around this?
So I'm looking at Chad, because I still only have one person.
Just so we have.
But were we thinking April, remind me? I think we could bring back a topic that builds on, that sets a good base to bring this whole board to the same understanding of what the current policies are, what work has been done, focusing on more recent board direction to the department in 2015, and then some of the work that we think is related and the way we've incorporated that into our daily work, something about at that level, at a high level, and then begin to discuss where do we want to go, and we'll be thinking also in terms of, while we maybe change it to quit calling it an emerging issue, it will still be our partnership and planning shop that will probably be the lead on tackling this problem, and it may require some thinking about what are we going to drop. As I always want to reassure you, they're currently working on 3 topics for this board, and if we shift the focus, and so we'll bring back some options about, if you want to shift this focus.
That's what I think is the options that would be helpful for us, and also enable public participation in this conversation.
Yeah.
So, is that reasonable?
Great, thanks.
Now, we do have 2 people who've signed up for public comment on items that are not appearing on the agenda today, Mark Stern and Sid Lyken.
Chair Robinson, this is Mark Stern. I was going to comment on State Forester's testimony before the Ag and Natural Resources Committee that highlighted in particular the challenges of partnership capacity in the fire season.
You want to?
I feel like Peter, your opening comments covered it
Oh,
well
okay.
today in respect to time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak under public comment. My name is Sid Lyken, and I'm a fully recovered elected official. And I'm actually proud of that. Spent 20 years in local government, representing Springfield as mayor and 8 years as county commissioner in Lane County. I'm here today to talk about, first of all, I just want to say to the State Forester I really appreciate your comments and really appreciate that. And also just want to add that Lane County, we were always proud of the very good relationship we've had with ODF in our area. Link Smith has actually become a good friend over the years, and very, very good staff that you have there, by the way. And I just want to compliment on that. Today, I'd like to talk to you about what we're at a crossroads in terms of our forest land and unsustainable trend towards ever-growing and ever more devastating wildfires. Fires are growing in intensity and size and taking entire communities with them. It's a problem I know that you're all aware of and concerned with. By the way, my wife, her division manager, happens to live in a community called Paradise, California. And her home was one of a few that's still standing today. And so got to see that pretty firsthand. But first, I want to commend the Board of Forestry and the members of the EQC, as well as ODF and DEQ staff, for thoughtfully putting forward new smoke management rules that will allow for more efficient, effective controlled burning on forest lands in Oregon. This is an important piece of the puzzle, but it's not enough. Forests must be managed. It turns out that the solution to this issue is to allow foresters to do their jobs. The numbers bear out. Between 2008 and 2017, roughly 80% of the acres that burned in wildfires in Oregon were on United States Forest Service lands. And in 2017 fire season, an equal number of fires started on Forest Service and private forests, but roughly 94% of the acres that burned were in federal forests. The same pattern happened last summer too. Half the fire starts were in private forests, but only 5% of the total acres burned were on privately managed timberlands. We were lucky this last year. The year before we were choked out. Southern Oregon was choked out this year, along with Eastern Oregon. How should forests be managed? I commend this board for sticking closely to the science and partnering with Oregon State University and others to help inform smart forest practices rules that allow foresters and land managers to make prudent decisions. Clearly, that is a model that works because the vast majority of forests that are burning are not in private timberlands. Those lands are resilient to threats and allow for multiple uses. The Good Neighbor Authority program that this agency is embarking on needs to do more to help promote active forest management on federal lands, Giant swaths of aging and decaying forests set aside for theoretical buffers or scenic byways, when combined with finite firefighting resources, growing populations on the forest fringe and warmer summers are spelling disaster for communities all around the West, including right here in Oregon. And my community is hosting the World Track and Field event in August of 2021. And there will be more than 200 countries represented. This is the first time in history that this event will take place on US soil. And by the way, August of 2021 will be the only major world event that will be televised. We're going to be showcased, folks. We are excited and anticipating a wonderful event that will truly put US Track and Field on center stage with Oregon as its host. We are also terrified with the thought that fire might be the lead story as contestants are forced to choke down billowing smoke, exposing them firsthand to our Western US disaster. As I said earlier, this problem stems from management practices, and the numbers clearly show that lands managed under the Oregon Forest Practices Act are not the problem. In conclusion, I implore you as you make decisions, please keep these concepts and statistics front and center in your minds and continue to promote sound, active management on Oregon's forest lands. My community is proud of Oregon-grown wood, quality family wage jobs, and the carbon stored in both growing trees and harvested wood products. The Oregon Forest Practices Act works. Please keep that working for all of us. And Lane County and Clackamas County right now are battling each other on who is going to be the head of engineered wood products or cross-laminated timber. So we're in a really close battle right now, but we'll see where that goes. But the fact is, 2 counties are leading the conversation nationwide. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Next is agenda item 2. This is an action item on smoke management rule key changes. And staff will introduce this.
Good morning, Chair Amson, members of the board, State Forest Authority. For the record, my name is Doug Graff. I serve as Chief of Fire Protection for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'll take some time today to introduce the topic, walk the board through its packet in hand, and then turn it over to my colleagues. To my left, Michael Orman from the Department of Environmental Quality and Kirsten Aird from Oregon Health Authority to speak specifically on significant rule changes before the board for consideration. Then turn it to Nick Yonka to my right to highlight other key changes within the rules. And then I'll close with a few thoughts. The purpose for the board meeting is for consideration for rule adoption, seeking that rule adoption today, a decision item. And I'll close with inviting Deputy Director, DEQ, to the table, Leah Felden, along with your liaison to the Environmental Quality Commission, Wade Mosby, to close out some thoughts as the board deliberates on this decision. We'll target a half hour for our presentation. We do have an hour today. If we can tighten that up a little bit, I see we're a little bit past, we'll work towards that. But certainly want to honor the opportunity for the board to have time to deliberate and ask questions of the panel. So with that in your board packet, you have a staff report that will really walk through the presentation. We've aligned the presentation today to hit those key elements in the staff report. And first, within the staff report, there's a recognition of the policies and authorities before the board. There's recognition as we've been to the table before the board on this topic in the past that this is a joint decision along with Environmental Quality Commission to be approved into the state implementation plan. And that's the importance of that link and asking Commissioner Mosby and the Deputy Director DEQ to join. There's recognition that the board administers this program. The State Department of Forestry administers, and the board has authority for promulgation of those rules. The balance sought in the program review is to seek the balance between improve the management of prescribed burning as a forest management and protection practice, and to minimize emissions from prescribed burning consistent with air quality objectives, Federal Clean Air Act, and state implementation plan. The emphasis in the process that we engaged in a couple of years ago, as I'll highlight, was really focusing on how we can adjust the rules to create more opportunities for prescribed burning to mitigate the growing and risk of catastrophic wildfire on the landscape. This review process was an impetus that came out of the fire program review following the 13 to 15 fire seasons where we had challenging fire seasons. This was a recommendation out of that effort to open up the books and review the rules with that focus. The next bullet here, the Joint Board of Forestry Environmental Quality Commission. You can see we started this conversation with both boards in a joint meeting in 2016. So this has taken some time. This has been a very healthy policy conversation with full engagement from Oregonians across the state. And the significance of this topic is really important to recognize that we did have that engagement. And we have local champions on this topic, and Oregonians participated and engaged in a way to help us see a clear vision forward to find a greater balance to mitigate that risk of catastrophic wildfire. And you see that within the rules. It started with a joint meeting in 2016 in Ashland. We took the commission, Environmental Quality Commission, and the board on a tour. Ashland was an outstanding host and a local leader in this conversation, and we can glean a lot of vision in terms of where we want to move based on what we see in terms of forest active forest management in and around Ashland's watershed, which ends with prescribed burning to complete the transition to ensure resiliency in their forests, to mitigate the risks that there are concerns in and around Ashland, as the previous presenter mentioned. So very pleased to see that work in Ashland. We then went to Eugene to also, in 2017, engage with the two commissions to highlight additional prescribed burning activity in and around Lane County. We established a review committee in May of 2017 to guide the agencies in their recommendation rule changes. That's the first attachment within your packet. 21 members, broad range of Oregonians, all showed up at the table with a shared vision of how we can find balance in those two goals, and they represented very well. There were certainly challenges. Air quality interests and burning interests were not completely aligned, but we certainly found a set of principles through that process and recognition that increased burning was important to mitigate that risk. And you'll see that in some of the public hearing results and data. I was very proud of that work and the way people engaged in that process, seeking balance and compromise in the conversation. As we talked more on the rules, we'll discuss those key components more. I probably can't thank that membership enough. I've emphasized the local leadership and new relationships that were built, for example, with Oregon Lung Association and local county health programs to engage in this important conversation for all Oregonians. Those are the types of folks we'll be leveraging long-term to move this policy towards implementation if the board sees that through today. We returned to the Board of Forestry in June of 2018 with a request to initiate rulemaking process. We had a draft set of rules. The board adjusted those rules to include an exemption to the 1 hour threshold that we'll discuss in detail. I would draw your attention to the next components of your packet, which is the public hearings review and the rules themselves. My assessment is, and based on the public hearings, that was a very keen and astute adjustment by the board and well supported through those public hearings as you look at the data and those results to find more opportunity and alignment to balance those two goals. So you'll see that came out well. Specifically in the rules before you in the packet, we wanted to highlight the changes that were made since the board's meeting on June 2018. So, and we highlighted that in blue text in bold and strike through. So you can see the adjustments from when we originally presented and recognize that we heard what was said during the public hearing process and the board direction to implement those changes. So we highlighted that color so that distinction was clear for you. And then finally, today, again, here for seeking approval for rule adoption. I'll close with the next steps after I turn it over to my colleagues here. And with that, Michael.
Chair Imison, Commissioners, my name is Michael Orman, and I'm the Air Quality Planning Section Manager for DEQ. I'm going to spend some time walking us through some of the policy decision space that was discussed in this rulemaking effort and describe where we landed in the policy discussion, and then hand the mic over to my colleague to my left, Kirsten Aird from OHA, to talk more about the health aspects of these different thresholds that were proposed. So my understanding is that when the rulemaking effort started, we were in football season, and we've always talked about this slide as a goalpost. So I'll continue that practice. On the far left, we have the goalpost of 0 micrograms per cubic meter, and that represents the existing smoke management program, where the goal of the existing program is no smoke enters our smoke-sensitive receptor areas. The far right is the National Ambient Air Quality Standard, which is a health-based standard established by EPA for the nation. And for the pollutant of concern for smoke is PM 2.5, and that goal is 35 micrograms per cubic meter. And so when we started the conversation about how do we increase the pace and scale of burning, but also protect against public health and the goals established in the Clean Air Act, this is the space that we were able to work with. And so the first goal that we've established in the proposed rule is 26 micrograms per cubic meter, which is 75% of the national ambient air quality standards. And the purpose of that threshold is to protect against exceedances of the national ambient air quality standard. The goal here is to not exceed the national ambient air quality standard. If you have too many exceedances, there can be economic impacts to a community, and there's additional work that DEQ would have to do to bring that community back into attainment. So our goal is to not exceed that, and that's the purpose of the 26 micrograms. But in discussions with our stakeholders and members of the review committee, we heard clearly that there was concern about short-term impacts, and that's the 70 micrograms per cubic meter, which is a 1 hour average. And so the purpose of that metric, that threshold, is to protect against short-term impacts, high smoke events, burns that happen near communities. We see this spike of concentrations and then a quick return back to background. And the purpose of that metric is to protect against those impacts and make sure that appropriate conversations happen around those impacts before they occur. The white space that you see there represents the window that has been opened for increased burning. The metric that we've established, or the estimate that we have of increased burning capacity is about 80% based off of the historical data from the smoke management program. And we feel like this was a good policy balance to increase the use of prescribed fire while also protecting against public health impacts. I'll hand the mic to Kirsten.
Kirsten, I might make a comment first before we transition. The 80% assessment there by Michael is referencing, we plotted the last 10 years of intrusions that we have experienced. So any smoke, ground level within a community that meant intrusion, we plotted it on this graphic, and 80% of those intrusions fell within the newly recommended zone of smoke. It's a smoke incident. 20% of those fell within what's proposed as an intrusion now. So the opportunity is to conduct more of those lighter incidents where we had smoke into those communities, and that's where the 80% comes. That's also where, when you dissect the 1 hour and the 24 hour, the challenge with the group defined alignment, where we did not get was the 1 hour does pose a stricter regulation than the 24 hour. So 10% of those intrusions fell in here, and the large majority of those intrusions are close in to communities where it's prioritized to achieve that goals. So when the board stepped in with an exemption process to the 1 hour, essentially providing opportunity to seek success in achieving those land management goals in and around communities for prescribed burning. And I'll highlight that again as we speak. Thank you, Kirsten.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Chair Imison and board members. I'm very happy to be here today to certainly follow on what Doug and Michael have said and to provide information about what's at stake regarding health. But one thing I want to make really clear from the Oregon Health Authority and the Public Health Division's perspective, and I should say my name is Kirsten Aird, and that's who I work for. And I really appreciate the wisdom that came from the board around the exemption, because what to me has become exceptionally clear about the 1 hour is that it's the threshold for the community conversation. It's not a no. It recognizes that there is a health impact in 1 hour and short term, and all the science says that. But what it really says is creates a system for how do we thoughtfully and meaningfully engage our communities in really important dialogue about what can be planned, and that's the benefit with prescribed burns. It can be planned. But let me talk a little bit more about the science as I set that stage for the 1 hour. I really do want to underscore the strong evidence of health impacts for short-term smoke exposure and why it matters. While smoke contains numerous air pollutants, it's the fine particulates, that 2.5 particulate matter, that we're really worried about. We're worried about a lot of things, but that's the one I'm going to talk about today. So just this fall, in October of 18, EPA issued its integrated science assessment for particulate matter that comprehensively reviewed the science around exposure to fine particulate matter as the basis for the federal government's regulation of fine particulates in ambient air. And in all of those 1,800 pages, the one thing that is exceptionally clear is that there is no safe exposure to particulate matter 2.5. None. And then we live in reality. What the report found was that there's certainly causal relationship between short-term fine particulate exposure and heart disease death and disability. And what we mean by short-term is hours to days. The report also found that there is a causal relationship between short-term particulate 2.5 exposure and respiratory effects. So chronic obstructive disorder, asthma, things that just kind of make us cough and irritated and land us with short-term issues in the emergency room. So OHA's support of the 1 hour threshold recognizes that it's a decision to balance the known health risks of short-term exposure with prescribed burning against the even greater risk to life and health from wildfire. As informed by OHA's climate and health work, we are in a new normal, and I heard you all talking about that this morning. We have reoccurring extended wildfire seasons that are going to be increasing the severity of human health impacts from wildfire. We understand that prescribed burning is one of the few management tools available to us to reduce the intensity of wildfires. But unlike wildfires, we can work with partners and local communities to plan for prescribed burning and make every effort to see to it that sensitive populations, including young children, older adults, and people living with asthma, are protected. As such, our focus will be to ensure there is meaningful community engagement, including advanced planning and health risk communication, as well as technical assistance and guidance for creating and implementing smoke management plans. Oregon Health Authority looks forward to our continued collaboration with ODF and DEQ in the implementation of Oregon's smoke management program, including the development of updated operational guidance for the smoke management program and ongoing monitoring and evaluation of the effectiveness of prescribed burning as a management tool to reduce wildfire smoke and intensity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. I'll turn it over to Nick to talk about you can see we've had alignment with the agencies on opportunities for increased burning, and a recognition and a principle from the review committee was if we're going down that road of opportunity, then there's an expectation for increased communication, understanding with our communities that there will be more smoke in the air in a prescribed manner on the shoulder seasons outside of wildfire season, where we can mitigate those smoke impacts and mitigate the health risks by communicating when and where we see the smoke entering communities. To provide some perspective before we speak on communications again, we burn approximately, through prescribed burning, 160,000 acres. We regulate both federal and private lands regarding prescribed burns. So it's split, the acres burned about half and half on federal and private lands. We have over 3,000 ignitions, so prescribed burns on an annual basis, and we're averaging in the 8 to 10 intrusions currently. So highly effective at keeping smoke out. So I wanted to make sure we understand the scope of the issue. And of course, we're treading on new ground, and we'll see what we can accomplish in the future with these rules. But limited smoke in the communities now, and we need a plan in terms of how we're going to communicate in the future and engage those communities so we can continue to have that social license to prescribe burn. And I'll turn it to Nick.
Good morning, Chair Iamison, State Forester Doherty, and members of the board. I'm Nick Yonker. I'm the Smoke Management Program Manager. As Doug introduced, I will be talking about our other key recommendation you saw on the fact that we are going to increase the amount of or change the definition of the smoke intrusion to allow a greater amount of burning that could be accomplished. Obviously, with a greater amount of burning that can be accomplished, that means there's greater risk for smoke impacts into communities we're trying to protect, known as SSRAs or smoke sensitive receptor areas. So the review committee and the agencies recognized that we needed to do something to help protect the communities that we're trying to protect, to give them forewarning that there may be some greater impacts. And so we've developed this essentially a communication plan through, it's in Rule 0180, that section. It's a completely new rule. We have had in the past some work on public outreach, but this is a whole new ballgame. So we are going to be doing a considerable change and an increase in public outreach and communication statewide and to local communities. So I'll go ahead with the slide here. So this communication plan really has two components to it. One is the statewide plan that ODF will initiate, working with our public affairs, maybe Oregon Forest Research Institute, to come up with a plan that gives us a media outreach of explain why prescribed burning is important to the state, and also the health risks associated with not only wildfire but prescribed burning as well, and how we can mitigate some of that risk to the public, especially those areas we are trying to protect. That's the key factor that we will probably start out with is the statewide communication plan. And we will use that as we go to the local level, which is the local community response plans that we want to initiate. So this is going to be the big heavy lift for us to work with when you're dealing with communities. You have to deal with the local officials, whether it's city officials, local community leaders, and so forth. But we find that this is necessary. And so in the response plan, we're basically going to focus on the vulnerable smoke sensor receptor areas. These are the areas that have had repeated smoke intrusions. Not all smoke sensor receptor areas have repeated intrusions. There's some that have very few. We're going to focus on the key ones that have the problem. There's two places that are already jumping on board that they are planning to get a community response plan right away, and that's Bend and Ashland. I suspect that we'll probably see up to 10 to 12 areas that we are at least initially going to be looking at, split between the west side of the Cascades and the east side of the Cascades. So these plans are going to essentially, we'll work on this collaboratively with ODF and DEQ, and we will need the local county health department to basically kind of take the lead focus on this, but they will not be alone, and we'll be working with the community to try to let them know what's necessary for the plan, but recognize that each community can do things within the rule in their own way, and it all depends on the resources that the community may have, and also what the leadership is looking for in a community response plan. And basically what we're looking for is how the officials and how the public, especially members of the public who are very sensitive to smoke, usually they're very young, they're very old, those who have compromised lung and heart function and so forth, we need to basically get out that information on what burning is taking place on a daily basis. We already have a website that does that as it stands now. We just basically need to integrate that with the community so they know where they can get that information. How community members can reduce risk, smoke risk and exposure from burning, so they know that when they're burning right in near their community, that they know that there's potential that smoke could get into that community, and they know what to do to take action to get away from that smoke, whether it's sheltering in place in the home or staying away for the day or so. And then we're looking at also all the ways that the community can find out about smoke impacts that may come from not only the local area, but even further away. So those are the two main components of our communication plan that we are going to have to work on. It will not be a short-term solution. It will take some time. It could take years to completely implement, but it's a start, and it's something we have not done whatsoever in this program. So it's a new initiative that we will be looking at. So as mentioned before, the board in June got input from some of the stakeholders that were on our committee and others that there was a concern with the short-term smoke impact. It's kind of been mentioned that that was too restrictive, and for communities like Bend that need to do more prescribed burning to prevent another Paradise from occurring, that they need to have the ability to get some type of an exemption. And that's what the board granted, that we come back with some type of process, and that's what we've done in 0180 to get that process out. So essentially what we're looking for is that from that you have to have a community response plan already in place, and then that community response plan has to go through your local leadership of the city council and the board of commissioners, and then comes to ODF and DEQ along with help and assistance from OHA to get approval for that plan. So that may take a little time, but in order to get that exemption from the 1 hour and just only have to deal with the 24-hour intrusion average, that's what we're requiring for that situation. We also found, the agencies found that we can't say that an exemption can be a free pass to burn whatever you want, because at some point, even 1 hour, enough 1 hours are going to average to an intrusion at the 24-hour level, and even potentially an ambient air quality standard exceedance. So there can be the revoking of that exemption, and basically that would be if we have too many intrusions at the 24-hour level, or you get some ambient air quality exceedances. And at that point, when we see that there's going to be a problem with that we potentially could cause a violation, that we will have to take action to revoke an exemption. We hope we don't have to do that, but that is an option that we need to use in there. You see that in the rules. So essentially that gives a picture of how we were going to communicate out, provide for that exemption for the program.
Thank you, Nick. In the packet, you have a robust hearings report, and it summarizes the engagement from the public. 174 people engaged in the 5 meetings that we held across the state in 2018. Nick and Michael were at all of those presentations. 74 people provided information, comments to us written and orally. 56 were in favor of more burning, 2 were not. So there's an overwhelming interest and support for the increase in prescribed burning to mitigate the risk of catastrophic wildfire. I would also highlight in that in the summary page, which is the final page on the hearings, you can see 38 individuals were against the 1 hour smoke threshold, yet 38 individuals were for the exemption. So that's, the expression there is the burning, the folks with burning interests showed up at the public hearings and expressed their interest to remove the 1 hour, but were willing to accept the exemption that we had. So I think that's good business and decision, and why I referenced that. Also, why would we not remove the 1 hour? I go back to the 21-member review committee, and the 7 air quality interests that were represented at that review committee expressed critical importance that we maintain a 1 hour threshold in that conversation. So the hearings don't fully represent the full process of our work to date. With that, next steps, the board deliberate and seeking decision for approval for the rules presented today. we would go to Environmental Quality Commission with the same conversation and express where the board stood. We would file the rules if approved through both Environmental Quality Commission and the board with Secretary of State, and would implement the rules for the spring burning, which begins in and around March. So with that said, I think it's important to hear from Deputy Director DEQ, and you have a liaison with Environmental Quality Commission, Wade Mosby. So if you could come to the table and share some thoughts with the board.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Chair Imison and members of the board. As Doug said, for the record, my name is Leah Felden. I'm the Deputy Director at the Department of Environmental Quality, and I'm really pleased to address the board today on behalf of DEQ. The Department of Forestry and DEQ initiated work on this rulemaking 2 years ago, as you've heard. And throughout the process, we've been aligned in the basic desired outcome, enhancing Oregon's forest management to help reduce the frequency and duration of catastrophic wildfires. We've also been aligned in wanting to limit public health impacts from any kind of smoke. This alignment was the foundation for working through tough policy considerations to reach the right outcome, and DEQ believes that we have. The most difficult of policy issues, where all desired outcomes are important and aimed at the protection of public health and safety, are those that, at the end of the day, required a balanced policy solution. I'm pleased with the agency's commitment to a thoughtful and robust process that considered the input of those with specific expertise and interest in the issue to make the changes to the smoke management plan. Going forward, DEQ is committed to working with Forestry, OHA, and local governments in the implementation of the rules. We're committed to working with these partners to ensure that we employ reasonable and efficient processes to approve local community plans, as we value their commitment to the same outcomes for public health and safety. This is a common interest that we all hold in having local involvement and local planning. I think it is important to note that this change alone will not completely mitigate the risk or the impact from the growing wildfire duration and frequency. But we look forward to the opportunity to implement this piece of the broader policy needed while maintaining the important components of public health protection. So with that, I would like to turn it over to our Environmental Quality Commissioner, Wade Mosby, for some comments. And thank you again for the opportunity to address you today.
Yep. Chair Imison, State Forester Doherty, board members. I'm Wade Mosby, as you said, from the EQC Commission and your liaison. I just wanted to congratulate this working group here. I'll tell you, we got used to Doug's New England accent, but Doug and Nick and Michael and Kristen, Kirsten were a great team.
You sorted it out more quickly than we did. We thought he was from Australia from
it gets your attention, you know. It's that. So Doug did a great job, and you've got a real asset there. I can tell you, both Doug and Nick, and we're really proud of Michael, and obviously Kirsten from the OHA has been instrumental. I just want to congratulate you for hopefully passing this. A couple things that I thought were really important to the EQC board, and the one we've talked a lot about is the 1 hour rule. And in September of 2017, we had a town hall in Bend, and what really opened my eyes, if some of you can remember what Bend looked like in September of 2017, it was a lot of smoke. In the town hall, a young mother of elementary school children attended the town hall and raised something that I hadn't thought about. The Bend Lapine School District was using the 24-hour rule, and that morning they had sent her children, elementary school children, out to play for recess and for physical education in really pretty extreme circumstances. One of the local radio stations was using the 1 hour rule, and it was way off the charts, way above the 2.5. So she came to the town hall that evening and got our attention. And subsequently, it's my understanding the Bend Lapine School District has changed to the 1 hour. That, as a former forest products guy, that was a real eye-opener for me. Health of children, with EQC is extremely important. And I think OHA will chide us on that too. So that was the transition where I became in favor of the 1 hour rule with exemptions, which I think is really important for the industry. And this other thing was in November of 2017, we had the joint meeting and the field trip. And the other big question, and you'll notice there, is the use of polyethylene tarps. And you guys did a great job, ODF did, in showing us that we burn a lot hotter, we don't have the emissions, the piles get burnt quicker, and the polyethylene doesn't put out the noxious things that typical plastic does. So those are the two big things. I think you've done a great job. I can tell you, if you guys pass this, I personally will be supporting it 2 weeks from now in Corvallis. And I think from discussions with other EQC commissioners that this is something we can live with, we can work with. I think it's good for the public, it's good for the health, it'll be reasonable for the industry. And lastly, our work's not going to be undone. When we hopefully get this passed and implemented in March, we've got an education job to do. The public, with wildfire and prescribed burning, and I still call slash pile burning, the public, we're urban now, let's face it. The majority of our population is urban areas. We've done a really poor job, all of us at the state, of educating people. We need to get the scientists and academics. We need to use your agencies. We need to get some of the industry agencies. We need to get out and tell the story. The wildfire is accelerating. There's no doubt. We've heard that. We know it's changing. Prescribed burning is a great management tool. We need it, but we need to educate the public. And I would say that our job's not going to be done until we complete that. Thank you.
Thanks, and I couldn't agree with you more about the collaboration that's occurred here. And I think it's the way that things should work. Instead of bouncing issues back and forth from one agency or commission to another board, this is far superior to that. So I appreciate the way everybody has worked together, and really appreciate also EQC considering the exemption process that we adopted in rather vague form at our meeting last June. So, are there questions though for folks on any of the issues associated with this?
Yeah, I also very much appreciate all the work that's gone into this over the last 2 years, and the collaborative approach that the three agencies have taken to provide some increased latitude for prescribed burning. I think, as you referenced this morning, the board, but more broadly, I think that the broad community of stakeholders engaged in the management, stewardship, and care of Oregon's forests is concerned about the projections for increased wildfire, both in terms of frequency and severity, and the impacts that has across the state in multiple ways, including on human health and safety and lives. And so we appreciate the space that's been carved out. And as I told Doug and Peter, I'm prepared to vote in favor of the rules that have been presented and appreciate the work. That being said, there are certainly a lot of people in Eastern Oregon that are concerned, as you referenced, about the 1 hour limit, the 70 micrograms, and it would like to know or sort of establish more clarity about how that level was set, what the science is behind that, or whether, or if it's just a reflection of uncertainty or other political trade-offs that resulted in that. I really like the way you phrased it as kind of a trigger for the community conversation. And I also strongly agree, as I stated back in LeGrand when we talked about the exemption, that there are clearly impacts on a variety of people, from and maybe all of us on short-term smoke exposure. So I appreciate the need that it's there, but I think it would be helpful for people to understand better how we set that, so that as this conversation continues and as we move into the future and all the uncertainty that it has relative to climate, to fire, that we know why this baseline was set and can review that. So I think that would help. The second thing in terms of the exemption is, this trade-off between defining things top down really clearly and providing a little bit of latitude for local groups to define how they want to respond to this community conversation. And I think you all know there's some questions about some of the terms that still need to be defined. I think from my perspective, the most important thing here is that we are committed, the appropriate agencies plan for and commit the time, the staffing to work with communities, particularly these high risk communities that you mentioned, to work through this process in an efficient way, that this does not become a frustrating bureaucratic process for these communities, that we really figure out how to test and define terms and prove that this process can work in a way that safeguards vulnerable populations, but provides the latitude, particularly within these close communities, as you said, these communities that are more likely to have intrusions, to get the prescribed burning done and try to address the real risk to those communities from wildfire, the really heightened risk. And the third thing I think is more, I guess, a question around the uncertainty and sort of looking into the future. Could we agree within a year or 2 years on certain metrics or report back, Doug, from your staff and ideally jointly from the three agencies, how this is played out and is this working? And use that to then make a determination whether or not we should revisit this faster than 5 years or not, or whether we're making good progress and we found that right balancing point between trying to address the forest conditions and the wildfire risk while safeguarding vulnerable populations and health. And I do think, I appreciate through this whole process too, and both the meetings we've had, but also the Oregon Fire Summit that OSU put on at the World Forestry Center, the discussion around protecting vulnerable populations. And clearly I think we need as a state and as everybody in this room to take that obligation seriously, because whether it's wildfire smoke or prescribed smoke, those safeguards will benefit everybody. And it would be great if we can be leaders, not just in our fire militia and mitigation, in our response to fire, but also in safeguarding those populations. Thanks.
Michael and Kirsten would take number 1, and Nick and I will take number 2 and 3.
Commissioners and members of the board, I think I'll start by seeing if we can flip back to the slides just so that we have the goalpost up as a reference. But as we're getting that prepared, when we approach this policy discussion about how much of the window should be opened, we looked at some of the tools that we use at DEQ to communicate about health risk from pollution. You'll note on the left, this left arrow, vertical arrow that's referenced at the top by the AQI, that's the air quality index. That's a tool the DEQ uses to report out on concentrations of pollution at our air quality monitors. The tool's use is to take some complicated science and communicate in a way that's effective and in a way that the community member could take action to protect their health. And so we look to that tool to evaluate where should we have this 1 hour threshold. The tool now uses a model called Nowcast, and the purpose of that model is to adjust the averaging time of the air quality index based off of the rate of change of the pollutant that we're looking at. So for PM, if there's a large spike in concentration, then the averaging time would be shorter. And so we looked to that tool and to see where would this change happen, where a community member would be flagged to notify that they should take some action to protect their health. And where we landed was the 70. So we saw when you used a 70 in that model, it would report out a unhealthy for sensitive populations. And so that's where we landed, and we had some discussions with the advisory committee on that value, and that's what we've brought for you today.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Because I certainly know it's been swirling out there. So I think, yes, we used Nowcast, we landed on the 70, and to be fair, the way we landed on that was assuming that there was nothing else in the air any hour before or after. And that's not reality. And so the truth is, if we were to look at things from a pure health standpoint, that number would be significantly lower. So it was that threshold, and if we took everything else out of consideration and we only looked at what a potential burn could do all by itself, that amount would trigger that change. And we know that's not reality. So to be fair, there's a buffer there. It's a bit of it's finessing a policy decision to make a marker and an indicator for health that's protective, and yet recognizing that the goal was to find a way to do some more burning, because that also is going to help mitigate wildfire. And so that's kind of how we landed on that. I want to share with you that the Association of State and Territorial Health Officers is a national association that includes every health officer in the state, for all the states, so all 50 plus DC, and all environmental health directors as well. And there's a subgroup made up of all the environmental health directors that meets monthly with the EPA and the Centers for Disease Control. The Western states have all asked the feds for very clear guidance on short-term health exposures. The 24-hour standard is a regulatory standard for the NACs. And we'll hear that it's not designed to be a regulatory standard for short-term. But that's not what we're talking about using it for. We're talking about using it for a threshold, because where they all agree emphatically is that it is an indicator for what's happening in our air in the very moments that we're breathing. And that is what is triggering and informing what we need to do in the short term. It's also a helpful indicator for what might be playing out over the 24 hours. And so how do we use this, again, as an opportunity to recognize we might need to burn more intense? And so how do we inform our community about that and help them be prepared on what may happen? So that's the science. And I know Doug wants to answer 2 or 3, but I do have a couple pieces to add to that as well. Chair Christopherson, you are, sorry, board member, I'm sorry. Like, so used to answering, Chair, sorry. I'm human. He wants it. Sorry. You are speaking like a true public health professional. You are speaking to my heart. Evaluation and monitoring on decisions we make and policy decisions are so important. We need to have checkpoints, and that is something we are very committed to with the science and the team that we have back in the Public Health Division to help work with the Department of Forestry and DEQ and checking in on how is this going? Are we getting the outcomes we want? Are we level setting? Are we creating net benefit of bad air quality days? We don't know, but we want to know, and we want to evaluate how well this is working, and is it getting to what the point is, which is protecting people and community and protecting our forests. So I think we're in on that, and I appreciate that question, and we're very committed to that. And the last thing I want to touch on your second question, Oregon Health Authority and the Public Health Division public health is a decentralized system in the state of Oregon, which means we have state public health, and then we have local public health authorities in every state. This community planning, communication strategies, that is our bread and butter. That is what we do. And in a modern public health system, which we really are moving towards, you have people, boots on the ground in your community that know how to convene, that know how to talk about really complex health issues, and then work through solutions together. And you're right, every community is going to do it differently. And so how do we as state agencies work through the flexibility that empowers communities to take a stand and talk about this, and yet provide some guardrails and guidelines for them to stay in that's grounded in science. But you have local folks everywhere that are committed to this and ready to step in.
Okay, I'll continue on number 2, and I wrote down the ambiguity in the language in terms of the exemption, and then a return to the board on a status check. I would recognize that the leadership, as Kirsten mentioned on this topic, is locally driven. Very impressed with the engagement. I think we're going to look to Bend and Ashland to form and design effective plans and mitigation strategies. And they're well down the road in those conversations to model in other communities where we're seeing challenges to achieve the land management goals, including prescribed burning. So definitely want to leverage those champions that we have already doing good work on this front. And we held ourselves accountable to a return decision to those committees. You notice in rule, the agencies will return within 30 days. So we wanted that as our commitment and expression. Recognize that each local community will have different tools, as Nick mentioned, available, and we're all in to help as we see fit. So to tighten the language any further in terms of strict this is what we expect, and the approval would limit the creativity locally to meet those mitigation strategies. So I think we see alignment to move forward and get those turned around in 30 days. And Nick mentioned maybe 10 to 12. I don't know how many we will get because the intrusions are. We're not isolated in that range at this point in terms of where burning is. Regarding return to the board or the EQC on a status check, I would support, as Kirsten mentioned. I'm seeing heads nodding here. Absolutely makes sense. I would suggest we really would need the first year to get our feet on the ground. What you don't see before you is another 50 pages of guidelines and implementation process with far more strike through and red line, because we have a full comprehensive adjustment to how we do business in this field, and Nick and team have done a good job working through that. So I think 2 years is a reasonable model, to suggest, have we changed anything? How many communities do we have with exemptions, and that we engage in effectively in communication plans, and have we staffed accordingly? I would ask for a couple of years for a report back out on status, and that would seem reasonable.
Well, I just remind you that in 2 years, 3 of us will be here, but so, seriously, I think we'll want at least some sense of how things are going after you've had a good season of this, especially on how the exemption process is working. Any other questions, comments? Okay, then the recommendation is that the board approve the adoption of OAR 629-048 with the proposed, with the changes that are included in your material. Is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks again for all of your work and for all the stakeholders.
Can I just re-emphasize your comment, because I think that was a good one, and I think that brings me some confidence in where we're moving, is, Doug, that you could, even if we don't have the full report back in terms of the impact on health and ambient smoke and everything else, that you could at least report back on how the exemption process is working with the communities that first step forward, so we know that we're really working hard to make that process work well.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay, we're now taking a break for, let's make it 10 minutes rather than 15. So by that clock, we'll return at 10:50. Okay, we are back on here with item 3, the update on the Siskiyou Streamside, Streamside Protections Project. And just to remind everybody, this is an informational item today. We'll get started. There will be a break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene after that. So we're not going to get this done before lunch. So, Lena.
Good morning, Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forester Daugherty. For the record, my name is Lena Tucker. I serve as the Private Forest Division Chief. Joining me today are Margan Allen, our Manager for Forest Health and Monitoring, Terry Free, our Monitoring Coordinator, and Ariel Cohen, who is a Monitoring Specialist. Last March, you directed the department to conduct a review of streamside protections in the Siskiyou geographic region. And today's presentation provides an informational update on the department's work on this review, as well as contextual information from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality on water quality evaluations, and from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife on fish status and trend. Little outline of the day for you. We will begin by discussing the larger picture of effectiveness monitoring here at ODF and the board's direction on the Siskiyou Streamside Protections Review. Next, we'll discuss the systematic literature review for the Siskiyou project and the outreach and inclusion efforts that we have undertaken. Thank you. We will then discuss the input we received on the protocol for the systematic review and how we responded to the input. And we'll end the department's presentation by discussing the current status of the work, the next steps, and the timeline. You will then hear from Department of Environmental Quality about water quality analysis in the region, followed by the Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding fish status and trend. At the end, you will hear public comment on this project, and then there'll be time for you to ask more questions and discussion. I will note that after each guest presentation, you'll have time to discuss and ask questions of the presenters. And we'll keep an eye on the clock for lunch to see if we can get the department, DEQ, and Fish and Wildlife all through by 12:15, or if we have to break it up. So we'll just watch and monitor that. So I'll now turn it over to Margan and team to discuss more about the background information for this project.
Thanks, Lena. For the record, I'm Margan Allen, and I manage both the forest practices monitoring and forest health units. We conduct monitoring to meet expectations set in statute, rule, and board policy. Riparian rules in particular emphasize the need to prioritize, resource, and report to the board on how protection standards are performing. By designing, conducting, and reporting back to you on monitoring findings, we empower you to make critical decisions in the adaptive management cycle. Our work is guided by a monitoring strategy, the latest version of which the board approved in November of 2016. As the first step in implementing that plan, the 2016 monitoring strategy, the board directed the department to prioritize the development of monitoring questions relating to streamside protections in Eastern Oregon and Siskiyou regions, and to estimate timelines, resources to address those questions with varying levels of rigor, and especially to work with stakeholders to inform the department and the board on their thoughts and feelings. It's also interesting to note that this was the first time that the board is actively engaged in directing monitoring unit study priorities. This led to the board's decision last March, directing the department to assess the effectiveness of streamside protections on small and medium fish-bearing streams in the Siskiyou geographic region as designated in the Forest Practice Act rules, shown here in green. and to discuss how we're performing relative to achieving goals for streamside vegetation, desired future conditions, as well as stream temperature and shade. The board directed the department to review the scientific literature related to these topics as opposed to a boots on the ground kind of a project. The board also directed ODF to work with partner agencies to provide information on fish status and trends. And note that the board directed that the review will not directly address the impact of forest practices on fish, but provide the contextual information. You will also be provided with information from the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality about total maximum daily load, excuse me, or TMDL analyses and associated status and trend information on stream temperature in the Siskiyous. The expected outcome of this review will be a decision by the board in summer of 2019 on the sufficiency of riparian rules to decide if the FPA or rules are working as designed. FPA might not meet stated objectives. Additional study is warranted or no further action is needed. For now, I will hand it over to Ariel Cowan to discuss the review itself.
Thank you, Margan. For the record, my name is Ariel Cowan, and I'm monitoring specialist here at ODF in the Private Forest Division. For the past few months, I've been working on the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review. And this review, the project assesses protections along small and medium fish streams on non-federal and non-tribal lands. This figure, courtesy of Paul Clements, this figure illustrates the topics of the review, and those are desired future condition, or DFC, which considers riparian stand conditions. Described in the FPA, it is to grow and retain vegetation so that over time, average conditions across the landscape become similar to those of mature streamside stands. Mature streamside stands are described as often conifer dominated, age of 80 to 200 years old, and provide multiple functions for stream ecosystems. Shade is another topic as a component of DFC, and of course, the topic of stream temperature. The first portion of the review will address the primary question of what is the effectiveness of FPA buffers to meet DEQ water quality standards for stream temperature. The second portion of this review addresses the effectiveness of FPA buffers in achieving the desired future conditions of streamside forests, and as I mentioned before, including the important topic of shade. Margan went over the board's request for the department to conduct a literature review. The preferred method for the department to conduct a literature review is a systematic review. This type of literature review uses systematic methods to evaluate studies in a critical fashion, to extract and synthesize information from the studies that are selected for inclusion. So why would we use this type of review? There are many reasons. It requires a protocol that is both rigorous and repeatable in its search methods, and it makes use of inclusion criteria for selecting the literature. And then the data is synthesized using particular methods that are outlined in that protocol. The protocol is designed as a net that is cast to capture the literature, and only the ones that meet the criteria remain in that net for inclusion. Importantly, this method also allows for input from stakeholders and tribes at multiple steps in the process, which is important for transparency and the opportunity to improve based on feedback. Outreach was an important component of this review, and I'll mention that more in a minute. But you may be wondering what's happened so far with this streamside protection review in the Siskiyou. So far, we have developed and sent out the protocol. We have received and incorporated feedback. We have conducted our literature search and have also conducted the filtering of that search for determination of inclusion. We've then sent out an inclusion list, and we are in the current process of reviewing the responses to that list of included studies. And outreach is an important part of this review process and represented a large resource of time and effort. We used our outreach to inform various groups about the review project, and it provides their opportunities for their input and to build connections to improve and expand our pool of contacts from interested parties. So here are a few examples of the interested parties that we either reached out to by meeting in person or had phone conferences with. And I want to express that in no way is this a comprehensive list. So just wanted to go over some examples of the outreach that we had conducted. Our team went on an informal field visit. We visited the Siskiyou for 2 days with Weyerhaeuser and ODF Southwest Stewardship Foresters. And they brought us along on a tour of the various Siskiyou streams with their varying conditions. And we also had some theoretical discussions on desired future condition and what it looks like. So very thankful for OSU Extension's help to coordinate this event, this agency open house, in which we use this venue to inform local landowners what we are up to, what the review process is about, and a request for their input. Also, this was an invitation to obtain their contact information if anyone else wanted to be included in further opportunities for input in the review process. Lastly, our outreach efforts included a webinar with Oregon Watershed Councils. This was an audience that we had not connected with earlier, and we had appreciated the opportunity to engage with them. So I just wanted to highlight our outreach efforts as they're extremely important in getting the word out about the review, being transparent about the process, and providing opportunities for collaborative improvement via their feedback. I now turn the presentation over to Terry Free, who will outline the themes of input we received.
Thanks, Ariel. For the record, I'm Terry Free, Monitoring Coordinator with Private Forests. We received input on the systematic review protocol from 18 entities. We're really grateful for this because it's helped us improve the protocol. We addressed this input by first grouping the input into themes, then writing a response to each theme and adjusting the protocol where necessary. The first two themes on this slide directly relate to the contextual information you'll hear later today. One theme was the DEQ's total maximum daily load, or TMDL, analyses should be in the systematic review. We agreed that the board should consider them, but wanted DEQ to present that information directly to you. Similarly, another theme was that the review should focus on the effects of forest practices on fish. The board specifically directed us not to do this, but rather have fish status and trend information brought in as contextual information, which you'll hear later today. Another theme is that the geographic scope should either be larger or smaller than what we set it. We did not make it larger based on a previous board policy decision, and we did not make it smaller because we think studies in the same forest types but just across the border in California should be included in the review. This slide and those that follow highlight some of the modifications to the protocol indicated by red text. These changes are either clarifications for example, on the scope of the review or adjustments to the methods. One theme we heard is that the review should address the impacts of climate change. However, climate change is not addressed by any specific policy in the Forest Practices Act. Thus, we have no way to assess success of meeting goals related to climate change. Another theme was that the review should address disturbances such as floods and fires. Our analysis focuses on what people most often do, which is the general vegetation retention prescription. In contrast, fire and floods would be addressed via either a plan for alternate practice or an alternative vegetation retention prescription. Addressing functional outputs, especially large wood, was another theme. However, the board directed that this is out of scope for the review. Another theme was that the review should more rigorously analyze confounding factors, such as wind throw or stream orientation. Such rigorous analysis is beyond the scope of this review, but we will discuss them qualitatively. Two themes of input sought to restrict us to FPA buffers and only on managed stands. However, due to a presumed paucity of information, we use both stands with buffers outside the range of that required by the Forest Practices Act and unmanaged stands to bound likely responses of Forest Practices Act buffers. Regarding how we address the rule language for desired future condition that states, on average, over time and across the landscape, we added a figure to clarify the time component and added language to the protocol, clarifying that across the landscape meant riparian management areas throughout the Siskiyou geographic region. Another theme was confusion about what we meant by similar for comparing managed and mature streamside stands. We added some criteria to the protocol to address this comparison, while recognizing that we could not state every possibility for assessing similarity. Note that everyone will have the opportunity to comment on our draft analysis. One theme was that the strength of this review would be weakened if we modify the protocol during the review. Many, if not most, natural resources studies need to adjust to circumstances during their undertaking. And this review is no different. However, we added language to the protocol to clarify that any changes would be transparently documented, and we won't change the review question, scope, or purpose. Finally, a theme was that we should only use peer-reviewed articles. However, this approach would restrict us from using valid studies, including our own. Any potential weaknesses in studies, regardless of type, will be addressed via the quality and relevance scoring as outlined in the protocol. This slide shows the number of studies that are included as of right now in the review by topic. So we see there's 9 included for stream temperature, 10 for mature streamside stands, and 2 for managed stands, although none of the managed stands were managed per the Forest Practices Act. Since some studies include information that meet multiple objectives, this slide represents 15 papers from 12 distinct studies. In terms of next steps in the review, in terms of input from stakeholders and tribes, they are just now completing their feedback on which studies to include in the review. Later this winter, we will send to stakeholders and tribes a draft report on the systematic review for their input. Finally, stakeholders and tribes may provide comment directly to the board at your decision meeting, which is anticipated probably this June. At that meeting, you'll decide one of the following. The FPA or rules are working as designed. FPA or rules may not meet stated objectives. Additional study is warranted, and no action is needed. Before I hand back to Lena to introduce the next presenters, are there questions and discussions from the board at this time?
If you wouldn't mind just sharing, you mentioned on the outreach with Weyerhaeuser that you had theoretical discussions on desired future condition. I was wondering if you could just share some of the information that you got from that.
It's all three of us were in the field that day, and along with Stewardship Forester, and it was really looking at different stands to try and say, what does this look like? So there was no measurement going on. It was more trying to get a sense of, all right, we're reading stuff in the literature. What does it look like on the ground in terms of both managed stands and unmanaged stands? And I don't know if either of my colleagues would like to add to that.
Sure. I mean, I want to express that this was not for data collection. It was really just for discussion. But I think it was also just trying to, one of the things that came out of it was trying to get this grasp around what the range of conditions look like for desired future condition in the Siskiyou. And there is quite a range. That was the big message that I feel we took away from it. That depending on where they're located in the Siskiyou, they varied quite a bit in terms of how much hardwood was there, density of the riparian stands, and so forth.
Can I add to that question? Did you have any kind of conversation about management that they're doing within the riparian areas to accelerate a desired future condition? Was that any part of your conversation? Where are they?
Certainly, yes. And I want to be clear that we didn't come with a specified agenda. Really and truly, this was starting the conversation with of folks in the field about here's this, frankly, a qualitative description in our rules about what constitutes a desired future condition, and how do we start to talk when we look at actual metrics discussed in literature about whether, if that's our yardstick, how do we start talking about how we performed against it? So it was very exploratory. We were out coring trees, discussing things as basic as, which trees do you decide to core if you're going out to assess age, and what are the, what constitutes being similar. And as Ariel brought up earlier, there's a huge variability. From everything from hardwood-dominated stands to conifer-dominated stands to streams that are clearly spring-fed to streams that are clearly based on an entirely different hydrology. So part of it was simply us calibrating ourselves and talking to the people who are out in the field to understand the kind of issues. So including active management and whether there are particular insects and diseases that they are struggling with in that region. So yes, that's, for example, it's not, take Port Orford cedar is clearly an example of a disease that is found in that area and is clearly linked to streams.
I mean, something so fundamental in that whole looking at those streams is the fact that there's an assumption that our streams are deficient in many of those, because of past management, that we have deficiencies and active management to try to accelerate desired future conditions. It's a lot of how the rule works today is to incentivize landowners to do work within streams. I'm just curious, were you looking at a stream that was deficient in many of those characteristics that we're trying to promote as a desired future condition? Were you looking at streams like that? Like you didn't have that kind of conversation about that?
Certainly, that was part of it, and I think a key thing that is a interesting thing to consider is that while hardwood stands are an acknowledged facet of the FPA, our basal area targets are clearly have a focus on conifers, and if you have a hardwood dominated stand, it becomes more challenging to decide how we discuss and advise on active management. That stood out. And likewise, if there's disease issues, or even if disease or insect issues aren't present in a stand, if they are in a condition where it may become certainly an elevated risk, how do you mitigate active management versus the constant discussion? How do you mitigate maintaining desired future condition or putting on a stand on a trajectory to achieve desired future condition, but also recognize the important resource of water quality, stream temperature, shade, and everything else that comes with a riparian area.
Yeah, I was a little confused by the response to the climate change question. So my understanding is that when a harvest is enacted and there's a streamside management area, that streamside management area should be designed to maintain water quality throughout the rest of the rotation. And if that's a correct assumption, and we know that climate change is going to be changing the ambient conditions around that stream, wouldn't we be thinking about studies that might relate to the changes in ambient conditions that might affect that streamside management area function and effectiveness throughout the rotation?
As we specified earlier, is that when we envision walking into this study, we're trying to assess how we were performing against the yardstick as it stands today, and whether an operation today will put us on a trajectory to meet the desired future condition. And when we established in March the boundaries of the project, climate change was simply not a facet that was in the scope of the discussion at the time.
Yeah, if I can sort of speak to that, I think this is really illustrative of one of the comments that we made earlier in the introduction, is that climate change is a reality. And to my way of thinking, that means that we are obligated, if we're going to be responsible in our management, to consider climate change in all of our decision making, including this, whether or not it is explicitly mentioned, just like when we're talking about, or explicitly directed by the board, just like when we're talking about management in areas where there is Swiss needle cast, whether or not we mention explicitly that we want our rulemaking to consider the risks and problems associated with Swiss needle cast, it should be assumed that that would be considered, because that is a reality of the area that we're looking at managing. So in this instance, and frankly in all of them where we're looking at management discussions or management considerations, I think we are obligated always to take into consideration the potential impacts and realities of climate change, particularly in this instance where we're trying to evaluate whether or not our Forest Practices Act is adequate for protecting small and medium fish-bearing streams in a region. And one of the criteria that we're evaluating is it adequate to maintain stream temperature when we know that the ambient conditions are changing? And if we don't consider climate change, and any study that we have that will speak to the efficacy of our management practices in a world where the climate is changing, then we've done an inadequate assessment. We have artificially excluded relevant studies that would be informative to the board when trying to make a decision as to whether or not the current management approach is adequate. And there's no reason for us to operate with consciously drawn blinders.
Is there other board feedback on this topic in particular? This is getting to a question that, you raise this with me in terms of when we're starting to change in midstream with the direction that we've given to our staff. And, we want our staff to be successful. So we gave pretty clear direction about looking at the effectiveness to meet the FPA water quality standards, not address climate change. And so, and you'll recall how from the last riparian
Peter,
rules,
I don't see how we can assess whether or not the FPA is adequate to meet water quality standards if we pretend that the world is not experiencing a change in climate.
I guess sometimes when we just mentioned FPA, part of what I don't know the answer to what I'm raising is when you say the FPA may or may not be adequate, do you mean the statute that is the FPA?
No, I mean the standards,
So
yeah,
about the implementation of
the implementation of the FPA. So are we needing to change the rules of implementation or not?
Well, and another question is there a statutory issue that needs to be examined here? It'd be good at some point to get some clarification about that.
Yeah, and for certain things, yeah, and we haven't done that analysis. In terms of depending on what approach, but there's a distinction. The distinction I'm making is there are the water quality standards are set by EQC, and so you could ask a question, which we ask: Are current riparian practices meeting the water quality standards? If temperature is rising ambiently everywhere, that should affect the results. And but it isn't. That's a really different question than sometime in the future are our riparian standards going to meet temperature standards given climate change? Those are pretty two distinct, different scientific questions, I would argue.
Yeah, although I think separating them in this context is fairly artificial because decisions that we're making regarding implementation of the Forest Practices Act now and the way we're managing the landscape now are going to carry through into the future where the rate of climate change will have made enough differences that if we're making our decision on today rather than what we're anticipating will occur over the life of the management strategy, we're being rather short-sighted. And
so it's interesting that we just recently passed riparian rules without any discussion of climate change.
I tried to raise it, but didn't get any traction. And I've been on a climate change soapbox since I joined the board 6 years ago. And it really is something I believe that should influence and inform all of our decision making because it is a reality that our forests are going to be facing. And we need to be making our management decisions with full understanding and recognition of the conditions that our managers are going to be having to deal with now and into the future over the life of a management plan.
And where we are managing, we are including climate change in our management. I think the distinction that is perhaps challenging, we have a Forest Practice Act, not a Forest Management Act. And so a Forest Practice Act is setting limits on forest practices to ensure that we meet the water quality standards, not a prescription about risk and uncertainty around management objectives. I think this is a really interesting discussion, and that if you do, when we get to this topic, and it wouldn't just apply to the SISCUs, I would imagine. But I think that the question is in terms of setting rules, or we'd want to really look at what is the authority of the board to set rules preemptively for conditions that don't exist today, which is kind of what you're asking in some ways.
If our goal as a board under the Forest Practices Act is to keep working forests working, then I think we would be foolish to make our management decisions and set policy when we willfully are taking an approach that ignores the changes that have occurred and are continuing to occur in light of good science that is there to help us inform how we can keep working forests working under changed climate conditions.
Just a point of clarification, Peter. So I appreciate your point about the Forest Practices Act being a set of rules to maintain water quality. My question, though, is maintain water quality for how long? Is it into the future or isn't it?
The way it's been interpreted in the past is when we do an action such as a harvest, In fact, the last rules were around, are we impacting temperature? Are we raising temperature by more than 0.3 degrees? The data indicated that as we were harvesting today, we were not, we were meeting the biologically based criteria. There was no forward-looking question of would we meet the biologically based criteria 20 years from now. And so it was looking at the change in temperature from a particular action. And we found a 0.7 of a degree C change in temperature. And so we took action to correct that.
So the criterion used to assess effectiveness is an instantaneous response. It's not a long-term maintenance of acceptable conditions on into the future?
Well, we did look at time, and what we found is recovery of temperature effects within somewhere around 5 years, majority of it. And we also looked at temporal effects of temperature downstream for the temperature change that we did, but we did not look at the distinction I'm making, we did not look at as would future harvests 20 years from now meet the temperature standard, because that would become, well, I don't know, we just never thought of doing that. It would become pretty speculative.
I don't think that's the question. I think the question is if you require a riparian management area of a certain desired condition to maintain water quality now, is it expected to maintain that water quality throughout the rest of that rotation?
Yes, and that's because mostly what we see is a rapid recovery of the rest of the forest surrounding the riparian condition.
True, but you may not if the ambient conditions are changing over the course of that rotation. So that's the point that I'm trying to make with Cindy here, is that to ignore that effect puts us into a situation where 40 years from now, 50 years from now, 60 years from now, at the end of the next rotation, the condition could be different enough that we're no longer meeting those standards because of decisions we're making today.
Yeah, and again, I would want to think more and get some DOJ opinion on whether the board has we pass rules to address problems we see occurring that the act is not adequate. It would be an interesting question to ask, does the board have the authority to pass rules to solve potential future problems? And I don't know the answer to that, but I suspect it was probably not thought of at the time the forest practice rules were passed. But I mean, I think it's a really important question, but it's not just that. I mean, you raise the issue of Swiss needle cast. We did not consider that in our riparian rules. We took the stands that were included in our study and assumed we didn't. We have plans for alternate practices within the Forest Practice Act to deal with kind of one-off conditions. This becomes a really interesting conversation and a broad conversation about policy, but I suspect it would be leading to recommendations for statutory changes around the Forest Practice Act if you wanted to go in that direction, perhaps.
I think kind of, Mike, I think part of what I was expecting from the earlier conversation this morning is when we come back in April, or whenever that is, sort of have a more focused conversation around climate change and what of our issues it should and shouldn't affect, and we would also have some sort of sense, for what's happening now, whether it's in this legislative process, because I think there's a great likelihood of climate legislation, but also what constraints or opportunities exist based on existing statute and where folks want to have a conversation about the statute itself. That's why I asked when you were talking about FPA, whether you're talking about the act or the authority we have within the act, and that may be a question that we need to get some clarification about. But then back to the immediate situation, you know, we're getting a progress report on stuff we asked the group to do, and there were sideboards, I think, around that. So the question is that the sideboards are not right. To me, that's kind of a separate conversation than the reporting that we asked folks to provide. I mean, it can lead to something else, but just in fairness to the, you know, to the information that's being provided, we were asking folks for an update on a board request. Yes.
Well, from what I remember, thinking back on this, there was two issues, right? Manpower and money for monitoring, and we had to pick because of that what we were going to do. I'm not denying the fact that that there's not an issue there. We just didn't have the money to follow that if there was a problem because of the monitoring.
In terms of process today, I assume we're going to complete the presentation we have here. We will have presentation from 2 other agencies. There will be public comment, and then we'll have board discussion. And so perhaps much of this can wait for when we have board discussion.
Great. Any other questions?
Next steps in the process. So it is 11:40. Talking to the mic and nobody heard me, but you heard me. Thank you. So I'm going to have Jean come up. I'll let you all exit. No, Jean's behind me. We did not do a dress rehearsal on the transition. Yeah, stay on tap to move to his. So everybody, this is Jean Foster from Department of Environmental Quality, and I did brief him on this one slide that you have up. I thought it would be appropriate to do an orientation for our new members, because I don't think we had the time to get into it when we went through orientation with you, and it's a refresher for the longer term board members. So the Environmental Quality Commission provides direction to the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and it has the primary responsibility for complying with the mandates of the Federal Clean Water Act. The board, the Board of Forestry, has exclusive responsibility for regulating forest practices. Through statute, the Board of Forestry establishes best management practices or other control measures by rule that, to the maximum extent practicable, will ensure attainment and maintenance of water quality standards. If the Environmental Quality Commission does not believe that the FPA rules will accomplish this result, the EQC is authorized to petition the board for more protective rules. Likewise, the board, may ask the commission to review water quality standards that affects forest operations on forest lands. And to my knowledge and history, that has not occurred. The goals and the vision of the Oregon Board of Forestry is to support a broad suite of best management practices to ensure forest operations are conducted in a manner that meets state water quality standards. The FPA describes the relationship between the board and the Environmental Quality Commission, giving oversight to DEQ in carrying out the rules and statutes regarding implementation of the Clean Water Act. And again, the Board of Forestry role is to establish those BMPs that ensure non-point source discharge of pollutants from forest operations do not impair water quality standards established by the EQC. So the board and the EQC do consult when reviewing and adopting BMPs. You saw that example this morning with smoke management, a different set of policies. But you will consult in the future when you address non-point source discharges from forest land and potential review and adoption of new rules. You have also established an adaptive management loop that leads to an adaptive FPA, and it focuses the monitoring and evaluation of the water protection rules, such as the Siskiyou project, to ensure the rules will maintain and improve the condition of the waters of the state. So that's just a brief reminder and orientation to that unique relationship the Board of Forestry shares with the EQC. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jean.
It's pretty touchy. Chair Imison, members of the board, State Forest Authority. For the record, my name is Gene Foster with Oregon Department of Environmental Quality. I'm the manager of the Watershed Management Section in the Water Quality Program. And the Watershed Management Section does TMDLs, non-point source work, and source water protection for drinking water. So for this morning, I've been asked to come in and talk about the TMDLs, TMDL development, and some of the TMDLs that we have in the Rogue Basin specifically for the Siskiyou Streamside Protection Review and Progress Report. So as part of that, I was going to review what TMDLs are. I'm not sure how familiar you all are with our Clean Water Act vernacular. So I was going to go a little bit through the Clean Water Act to get people familiar with the terminology and what TMDLs are and what they're designed to do, and the implementation of TMDLs, which is very important. And then some of the TMDLs that have been developed in the Rogue Basin, which is a primary area for the Siskiyou. And then some water quality status and trends reports analysis that we've done for the area for water quality data that we have. As far as the Clean Water Act and the Clean Water Act framework, the Clean Water Act starts with the water quality standards. And the water quality standards in this case that we're going to be talking about today is temperature. You heard a little bit about the biologically based numeric criteria, and that's the numeric criteria that we have for temperature for protection of aquatic life, and most sensitive is cold water species. Many times those are anadromous salmonids, but also other salmonid species that require cold water. Those water quality standards are set up through the Environmental Quality Commission and passed as rules in our Oregon administrative rules. And those are set out in Division 41-34041. Our water quality standards, as adopted by the EQC, as we're doing monitoring, temperature monitoring, and our temperature standard is set up on a 7-day average daily maximum metric that is used for the temperature standard. So that's 7 days of the maximum temperatures averaged over that 7 days is the metric. So 7-day average daily max. And so for the monitoring, as we're monitoring for temperature, water quality, we're monitoring continuous temperature. And if we find that we're above the water quality standards for that numeric criteria, then those water bodies would be listed on what we call the 303D list. That is impaired water bodies not meeting the water quality standards for temperature. When we do a TMDL, then when those water bodies are listed on the 303D list, then we're required by the Federal Clean Water Act to develop a TMDL. TMDL stands for Total Maximum Daily Load, and there will be some more information on what goes into the TMDL. But the TMDL is basically the maximum amount of the pollutant that can go into the water and still meet the standard. Okay, and there's a number of factors and analysis that go into development of the TMDL. Some of them are listed here as far as identifying the watershed, identifying the pollutant and pollutant sources, estimating existing pollutant load, and determining the assimilative capacity. Assimilative capacity meaning how much of the pollutant can go into the water body and still meet the water quality standard. And then the important aspect of this is the integrated watershed plan. And this takes the form for TMDLs as the water quality management plan. This is the implementation strategy for implementing TMDLs. And this is an important nexus with the Board of Forestry, Forest Practices Act, and other land use, land management agencies that are important for, as could be non-point sources of pollution. TMDLs are also an adaptive management process. When we develop a TMDL, well, historically, many, many years ago, decades ago, it was thought that, well, we have a listing for a water body not meeting the standard, we'll develop the TMDL, we'll implement it, and we'll be done. Well, things change, right? And so as things change or understanding of the water body improves, or as additional monitoring occurs and we have additional listings, we have an adaptive management process in TMDLs so that we can go back and review information as we go along. So the TMDL itself is a plan, and then there's implementation of that plan, and then as part of the implementation, we as we're implementing, both monitoring what the management practices are that are going in, as well as the landscape or in-stream water quality response. And then it's a matter of information sharing. In the Willamette Basin right now, we have a temperature TMDL. Well, we have several TMDLs in the Willamette Basin. But as part of that, we're going through our second 5-year review process where we work with the various land, natural resource agencies and other entities that are responsible for implementing the TMDL, meeting with them, talking about the annual reports that have been submitted and pulling that together into a report so that we better understand what's been implemented and what the landscape or riparian response is and what the in-stream water quality response is. So that's an example of how we share information and trying to learn and improve our understanding of the system. During the TMDL development process, we talked a little bit about this as far as identifying the water quality concerns, determining the loading capacity and the excess load. This is part of the process that we go through during TMDL development, identifying the pollutant sources and conditions contributing to water quality concerns. And so for temperature, what we focus on a lot, in Oregon, a lot of our temperature issues are due to lack of shade or removal of trees or vegetation along riparian areas and the loss of shade, which leads to warming of the stream. However, there are other conditions such as channel morphology, which is very important, or loss of cold water refugia, which could be very important, and also stream flow. So in our older TMDLs, which we'll talk about here in a minute, we focused a lot on shade, but in some of our more recent TMDLs, we've broadened that out to, yes, we still include shade, but there's also flow and also stream morphology that's also considered as we're doing this analysis on conditions that are contributing to a water quality concern. Yes. So how we consider climate change, and that's a really good question, something that we've been talking about for a few years now. So from a so two answers. One is from a technical side, we had historically used 150 to 100-year time frame looking back at what the historic record was for stream flow and for air temperature and water temperature. Well, we didn't have water temperature going back that far, but especially for flows, what the low flow conditions were, or what high flow conditions or rainfall patterns were. Realizing now that maybe that 50 or 100-year time frame is not going to be a very good predictor for the next 5 or 10 years, that maybe the last 5 or 10 years or 20 years are a better predictor for the next 5 or 10. We're looking at those shorter time frames in our technical analysis to help us understand what stream flows might be. And then also we try to pull in predictions on what the climate could be in the area, such as in the Willamette Basin, Western Oregon, loss of mid-elevation snow, and what that could mean for stream flows. So from a technical side, that's how we try to address it. From a standard side, the EQC had adopted not just numeric criteria for that were biologically based, 16 or 18 degrees. They also adopted the protecting cold water criteria, that if waters are colder than the numeric criteria, anthropogenic activities that we can control, such as agricultural, forest, urban development, that those would not increase the stream temperatures more than 0.3 degrees C. So that's two ways that we've thought about it. But as far as directly trying to say we're taking these actions for climate change, we're still in the process of working on those things. And DEQ, along with a number of the natural resource agencies, are working with the governor's office through the water quality core team. And I think that's an important part of that process that's going on, is looking at both the natural capital as well as the anthropogenic capital, and how are we going to manage that over the next 100 years or so that we have that. So it's not a clean answer, I realize, but that's what we're currently doing. In the state of Vermont, state of Vermont actually got sued by an environmental group for the Lake Champlain TMDL. They had developed that TMDL, I believe it was for dissolved oxygen or maybe nuisance algae. But because they didn't address climate change, and the climate change there was as temperatures increased in New England, they would expect that warming air temperature, that warming water temperature would actually increase the algal activity. So therefore they would have to reduce their nutrient levels for that dissolved oxygen TMDL. And so the EPA, the state of Vermont, pursued on that and lost in court. So that's an example of how climate change could affect our TMDLs, maybe not specifically for the temperature TMDLs, but some of our other ones for dissolved oxygen pH, that where there's a temperature nutrient nexus that might affect us. Yep. Identifying pollution sources, whether they're point sources or non-point sources, linking those sources and conditions to the water body, and then allocating pollutant loads. And this is where the rubber hits the road and where everybody's very interested, because for point sources, if you don't get an allocation, you're not allowed to discharge that pollutant. And so that could, and for under the Clean Water Act, point sources through the NPDES permitting program, it's very stringent on discharges for TMDL allocated pollutants. So in this, I try to show a different way rather than narratively what a TMDL is. A TMDL, and this is for temperature. Is this a pointer? I don't want to inadvertently turn it off. Is the red one a pointer?
I'm going to take a risk. It is.
Okay. Thanks. So for us, this is for temperature TMDLs, can be broke down. This is the maximum daily load of the pollutant that can go into the water body and still meet the water quality standard. And that's broken up amongst waste load allocations for point sources, load allocations for non-point sources, load allocation for background sources. And this could either be natural, or it could also be unidentified anthropogenic sources as well. MOS is margin of safety. This is required by the Clean Water Act for us for the uncertainty in the analysis and to err on the side of the resource. So this could either be implicit in using conservative modeling assumptions, or it could be explicit in setting aside 10% of this load for a safety factor. And reserve capacity, that RC's reserve capacity, that's for unidentified current sources or for future growth. And for here we have over here on this side, the current conditions, we have the pollutant load that causes an exceedance of the temperature water quality standard, which the temperature criteria is here. This is the biologically based numeric criteria. The entire standard, though, includes the human use allowance. Human use allowance is this 0.3 degrees C above the numeric criteria. And so the entire loading capacity is up to the numeric criteria, plus this human use allowance is 0.3 degrees C. And we identify sources as could be land uses that are non-point sources of thermal loads causing temperature increases, or background sources. And again, either natural sources or unidentified anthropogenic sources. When we do the allocations, this is the amount of temperature or heat load that needs to be reduced, and with temperature TMDLs, we will allocate a portion of this human use allowance to anthropogenic sources, and then we'll use surrogates for being able to achieve this allocation. So the surrogates, as I mentioned, may not have come across as surrogates, but shade would be a surrogate that's allocated. And then we also have channel morphology and flow in our more recent TMDLs that are also allocated. So this is the basic structure of the TMDL and the TMDL equation for us for temperature. And for us, temperature is a little bit different in that what we're allocating to anthropogenic sources is this 0.3 degrees C human use allowance. TMDL implementation, as you all know, a watershed's a complex area, not just geomorphology-wise, but also as far as ownership and land uses. And within the state of Oregon, we're fortunate in that we have revised statutes and administrative rules that allow us to implement TMDLs for land uses and land management that could be non-point sources. We also implement for point sources. So DEQ is responsible for implementing the waste load allocations for point sources. DMAs, these are designated management agencies. These are identified in the TMDLs as local, state, or federal entities that have responsibility in the TMDL for implementing the TMDL. Bureau of Land Management, Forest Service, Corps of Engineers may also be named. They would be identified as DMAs, and Federal Land Management. ODA, Oregon Department of Agriculture, has responsibility under the Ag Water Quality Management Act for agricultural activities. Oregon Department of Forestry, as you know, for non-federal forest lands through the Forest Practices Act. However, soil water conservation districts, OSU Extension, watershed councils, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, NRCS, Farm Services Agency, DEQ, although these entities may not have legal responsibility, we include them in our process, our advisory committee process. So as they're looking to do education and outreach or providing funding for conservation actions, management actions, they'll understand what our priorities are for meeting the TMDL. And then of course, private landowners that are doing voluntary actions as well. This TMDL water quality implementation process through adaptive management for DMAs takes the form of TMDL implementation plans that are developed by the DMAs. Many times they are required to submit annual reports. DEQ reviews those reports, and we may require plan revisions, and where we have staff available, we'll also do 5-year reviews where we pull together all the DMAs, do surveys to find out what's going on. ODA, that takes the form of their area rules and plans, and DEQ. ODA is required by statute to consult with DEQ during the biennial review process of those area rules and plans. And those are the mechanisms for implementing TMDLs, as well as other mechanisms for ag water quality issues. Oregon Department of Forestry, DEQ collaborates, participates with ODF staff on review, on various reviews, including this review as well. It would be nice if it was a linear process like this on TMDL implementation and response of the system, but it's more like a corkscrew where we 2 steps forward, 1 step back maybe, but this gives you the general idea that it's a multi-year, multi-decade process for implementation, not just for getting implementation done, but for system response as well. And for a lot of TMDLs, what we're looking at is restoration of areas. But in Forest Practices Act, I think what it is trying to protect what's already there so that there's not an exceedance of the protecting cold water criteria, while still also trying to meet the TMDL allocations. And so for us, for TMDLs, it's both restoration and where we currently have the vegetation is protection of that vegetation for providing the shade levels that are needed. So that's the basic structure of TMDLs. And now I was going to talk more specifically about some of the TMDLs in the Siskiyou region. And this takes the form of rogue basin temperature TMDLs. And what I'm going to be showing here are the waters covered, and then shade allocations. And the shade and these TMDLs focus mostly on shade and what was identified is effective shade. And so we have a TMDL for the Applegate Subbasin that was issued in 2003, and this covers all streams within the Applegate. And so one of the things you'll notice as we're going down through there's some of the terminology and some of what things are covered have changed over the years. So it really depends on the TMDL as to what water bodies are covered and how the allocations are expressed. And so in the Bear Creek, that was originally issued in 1992, and then again in 2007, it's all perennial and intermittent streams are covered by the Bear Creek Watershed TMDL. Oh, and I should mention for both the Applegate and Bear Creek, we also have a sediment TMDL for those areas. Lobster Creek, issued in 2002, this covered all perennial streams. Sucker Creek, also issued in 2002, this was all streams within the Sucker Creek watershed. The Rogue River Basin, issued in 2008, this was all perennial and intermittent streams. And again, for these temperature TMDLs, the human use allowance was what was allocated to anthropogenic sources, and then the surrogate for that is effective shade. And effective shade is measured as system potential vegetation. So in our modeling and analysis work that we do, we'll use information, historic information from the advisory committee that have local expertise on what type of vegetation should be growing along different segments of the streams at different elevations. And then from that, we'll calculate how much shade would be provided by those natural vegetation that should be occurring there. And then that's how we calculate how much effective shade would be occurring from this system potential vegetation. So it requires both collected data and information at a number of locations along the stream for both vegetation type, stream geomorphology, stream type, as well as in-stream temperature. Sorry, go ahead.
Just a clarifying question, I guess. In areas where you issue TMDLs, you issue them because there is a need to reduce the load.
Correct.
So that in all of those streams that you've got listed there, and those basins, creeks, and watersheds that you've got listed, currently we're exceeding the temperature standard.
We were exceeding the numeric criteria, the biologically based numeric criteria. Usually it was probably the juvenile rearing, but it could also be the spawning criteria as well. But we were exceeding the temperature.
The numerics, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So that's an important concept. So for TMDLs, it's trying to fix things that are not meeting the water quality standard.
Can I ask one more question?
Sir?
Yeah, on the shade allocations and the system potential vegetation, you mentioned that you've come up with some new thoughts about establishing HRV and your reference points, and you've shortened them. Did you do the same thing for the system potential vegetation? Are you thinking about how more frequent disturbances are playing into the system potential vegetation or not?
So I don't know certainly not for the TMDLs prior to 2008, but some of our more recent TMDLs, such as in the Miles Creek area, the TMDL there, we did look at natural occurrence of fire and return intervals of fire and how that compared to what the current shade levels were in the effect. And so we're able to model that. But that's something that we've been interested in and asked to do, and something that we're trying to build into, we built into some of our analysis for TMDLs, is what effect is fire having. And so that's something we looked at very specifically in some of our TMDLs, but these older ones I don't think have that has been part of it. But that's something, maybe that's part of the climate question as well, is what is going to be the return frequency for fire in some of these areas, or what is the severity of that going to be? And so we've done that in some of our TMDLs, and likely going forward, that's something that we'll also want to do as well. This is an example, and this is the Rogue, for the Rogue River. We have river kilometer here along the x-axis going from 0 to 250, and then effective shade levels. And the current effective shade levels in the red here. The topographic shade is in the black, and so this is the shade that's provided by hillside or bank slope or whatever. And then the green is what the shade levels would be for at system potential vegetation. And you can see that in some areas there can be quite a gap between what the current is and what the desired condition is, or the TMDL allocated condition, and what the current condition is. And this is for the main stem rogue. One that might have a little more relevance, this is Elk Creek, which is a tributary to the rogue. And again, 0 to 25 kilometers, river kilometers along the X, and effective shade going from 0 to 100. And you can see for, again, red is current, black is topographic, green is system potential. And you can see that this system potential changes depending on probably width of the stream or the type of vegetation that we think could grow there. And as you know, that's going to be a factor of both elevation, but also wetlands and things like that can have a big effect on what we calculate system potential vegetation should be. In this Elk Creek example, though, there can be some pretty large gaps, or we can be almost we're achieving that in some locations as far as the shade allocations for the TMDL. And then some monitoring data that we have, and this is these are just examples. And if you all are wanting more information on what the extent is of the rogue TMDLs and shade allocations for the different tributaries in different locations and stream temperatures, those are things that we can provide. But I figured with 20 minutes and likely going way over that already, I figured I'd keep it to a minimum. What we have here is date. And so this is current water temperature, continuous water monitoring temperature in Elk Creek near Trail, Oregon. And from 2008 to 2018, temperature and 7-day average daily max, this is degrees C. And so this is a 7-day average of the daily maximums. And you can see here the reds are exceeding, and we have not just a number of times in the year where we're exceeding temperature in Elk Creek, but there's also an increasing trend in stream temperature for Elk Creek.
Yeah, so I'm from the area. I'm not sure those of you that don't live in this part of the world have a picture of what Elk Creek is or what the land use practices on Elk Creek are. My assumption, and please correct me if I'm wrong because I'm not specifically familiar with your data, but my assumption is that most of the source of, both in your previous slide where you were looking at current and allocated effective shade, and here where you're showing the exceedances, is that we're predominantly talking about forest practices.
So I'll jump to this slide. The majority of the georegion is forested. So depending on where you're at on the stream, could be predominant forests, but there's also significant streamside range and agricultural activities. So it depends on the location of the water monitoring station and also what those land uses are. But in general, the majority is, but that's not to say that a small percentage of another land use couldn't be having a big impact because of its proximity to the stream or proximity to the monitoring station.
But for instance, unlike where you were showing the information on the main stem rogue, I would, with that, sort of assume that there's lots of other things other than forest practices that are influencing your load exceedances there. On Elk Creek, I would assume that probably the bulk of it is forest practices.
So,
and correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that's mostly what's happening up on Elk Creek.
This isn't for Elk Creek, but this is an example of in a stream system, this being the stream system, this is in Lincoln County, and it's a mosaic of ownership and just depends on where you are on whether it's going to be Oregon Department of Agriculture, right, and agricultural activities, or whether it's private forest land or whether it's federal forest land. And it's really going to depend on where you are as to the mosaic. And so that's what we're trying to get a better handle on in our current analysis is what is the ownership, which DMAs have responsibility for what, and what could be the contributing load from those non-point sources that are affecting that in-stream water quality, both the shade, as you saw for the Rogue, as well as the in-stream water quality, as you saw for the temperature for Elk Creek. So that's where we're currently heading with our analysis, is to get a better idea on what in the watershed, what's contributing, which DMAs have responsibility. So right now we can do it pretty easily for shade, but how does that translate to thermal load and effect on in-stream temperature is what we're currently working on. And also the DMA mapping as well, so that we have a good understanding. We're not interested in identifying individual landowners. We want to identify, does Oregon Department of Forestry have responsibility for 60% of this watershed, or is it Oregon Department of Agriculture? That helps a lot rather than just say, go out and do good work.
Right.
So.
And that was kind of what I was trying to get at, just.
It's analysis that we've been working on for a few years now, and something that we're hoping to be able to start using at scale. We've been able to do it for small locations, such as Johnson Creek and some individual locations within the Mid-Coast area. We're hoping to be able to do that at scale soon, sometime over the next year or two, to be able to identify the designated management agencies that are responsible as far as percentages within a watershed and relate that to shade levels. So we've talked with ODF staff about this a year or so ago. We've kind of, because of other priorities within the water quality program driven mostly by litigation, but not necessarily everything, that's we haven't been able to work on it as much as we had hoped, but we're starting to get to a point where we might be able to do this at scale for sub-basins and watersheds. And we're more than happy to share that information with ODF staff and the Board of Forestry as that's developed. And that's the important part. So, I mean, we're very interested in it, but it's really best used by the folks that are responsible for implementation, such as ODF and ODA and the other designated management agencies. Interest of time, I think you guys have a pretty good handle on what it is we've been working on. So I'll stop there. And if you have questions, more than happy to answer those or more questions. Thank you.
So I've got one trying to tie back to the question that's before us relative to the literature review. Number one, are you seeing any substantial differences in the behavior of streams and temperature between, say, within the Rogue Basin itself specifically, or what's going on in the Umpqua, or what's going on over in the Klamath? Or are they kind of operating in similar fashions, and therefore would studies that were done in those areas or Northern California likely be informative for us in trying to determine relationships between forest practices, policies, and temperature?
So my thoughts on that are that the stream physics for temperature are going to be very similar, whether it's in the Siskiyou or Eastern Oregon or the North Coast or whatever. Stream physics are going to be fairly the same. The specific issues for a given water body are going to be different depending on what's happening there. But for us, it's shade, flow, channel morphology are the main issues. Cold water refugia, if there's significant point sources. But stream physics, heat gain and heat loss physics are probably the same. What would likely going to be different in the Siskiyou compared to someplace like the North Coast is what type of trees would grow there. And so our analysis of what type of shade or the effective shade levels that are there that should be there under a natural vegetation system, that's going to change depending on what type. So shrubland.
Sagebrush is going to
sagebrush, yeah. Compared to a Doug fir forest, shade levels are obviously going to be different. Or a willow cottonwood complex is going to be different. So that's going to change. So the physics aren't going to change, but what we might expect to grow there could.
System potential will shift.
System potential, yeah, vegetation and the effect on shade, that could be different.
And then it sounds like you're, if I can continue, yeah, it sounds like you're in the process of trying to figure out responsible agencies in terms of loading. Do you have any guess of timing, when you will know whether our practices, our policy jurisdiction is responsible in some location for 20%, 3%, or 60%, or 80% of the heat load?
5 years ago, I would have said it was soon. So it's taken us longer than anticipated for ramping this up for scale rather than doing it project by project or small watershed by small watershed. So I think sometime within the next year or two that we're going to be using this at a larger scale and in more locations, but I won't promise you that. I think we'll be able to have the DMA mapping done for some areas, such as in the mid-coast, that's already completed. So we'll be able to provide that. In the southern Willamette, we'll be able to provide that. And so certain locations, we have that type of information already pulled together. It's not been done in the Rogue yet or in the Siskiyou areas. And so for me to know how long it might take is dependent on staff resources to do that.
And then finally, what we are asking staff to do now is review the literature to see what information is available for us to reach a decision on whether or not current rules are adequate to meet temperature and desired future condition goals. And you've been asked here to provide context information, but to what extent can we extract from your science information that might help us reach a conclusion? And do you have science that should be included in our lit review? Or should we just look at you as contextual?
I will say that we've been participating, staff in my section have been participating in the literature review and the Siskiyou review process, and we've been providing input. We've met several times with ODF staff and provided input on that. I don't know if it's, I guess I'm contextual versus other types of, I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that the TMDL and the shade allocations are things that are not just a good idea. It's what's needed in the watershed for either maintaining or achieving water quality standards, either the numeric criteria. And our human use allowance mirrors the protecting cold water criteria, so that if we're limiting anthropogenic warming to that TMDL allocation, then theoretically we should be also meeting the protecting cold water criteria as well. We'll have to go through analysis to assure that, but 0.3 degrees C is 0.3 degrees C. And so we feel comfortable that if we're meeting TMDL allocations, then likely we should be also meeting protecting cold water criteria.
And then I said it was finally, but I've got one more.
I'm not sure if I even answered the question.
Yeah, I'll accept you did the best you could, though, because it was kind of a fuzzy question. So it sounded like at the beginning, when you were giving us the list of the TMDLs in the Siskiyou region, that a lot of the water bodies are covered by TMDLs in the Siskiyou region. Do you have not looking for accuracy here, but what percentage of the small and medium fish-bearing streams, as we define them, do you think are covered by a TMDL within the Siskiyou region?
So with the rogue,
yeah,
with the Rogue River Basin TMDL saying all perennial and intermittent streams, I would think that covers pretty much all of your small and medium-sized fish-bearing streams.
Okay. That was what I was assuming, but I wanted to get confirmation. So basically, we can assume at this point that 100% of our small and medium fish-bearing streams in the Siskiyou region are failing to meet water quality temperature standards?
No, and so there's a difference. So
okay,
so that's an important point. So on the 303D list, we will take a water quality, a temperature measurement at a given monitoring station, and then from that monitoring data at that specific station, we might list the water body going up to a certain distance upstream. Mm-hmm. And that might be, we'll say it goes 25 miles upstream on the main stem road. When we develop the TMDL, though, we develop the TMDL for the watershed, for the entire rogue basin, whether or not those water bodies in the upper part are meeting or not meeting water quality standard. TMDL's developed and operational and issued as an order for that entire basin, with the idea that thermal load is transported downstream. If we need to have implementation plans developed for sources that are unidentified, we have the authority to work with those DMAs to have that done. So just because the TMDL covers that entire area doesn't mean that streams are not meeting the standard. TMDL covers that area, and the allocations for shade apply to those areas, but it doesn't mean that we're either not or are meeting the standards.
Good. And then your shade allocations, can you tease out for us what shade and temperature allocations are given to forest practices?
Those were given as a lump sum to non-point sources. So point sources were given a part of the human use allowance of 0.3 degrees C, and that's based on kilocalories in. So they're combined. Their temperature of their effluent and their discharge, and then a portion of that 0.3 degrees C is given to non-point sources as a lump sum, and not divvied out to individual sectors.
Exercise you're going through with them.
There is a lot of interest in us doing that, to give it to allocate to individual sectors such as non-federal forest or federal forest or agricultural or urban. But we haven't done that in these TMDLs. Maybe going forward in the future we will.
Thanks.
Sure, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. As we continue our topic for Siskiyou Streamside Protections, we have our second guest presenter. So with me today is Jamie Anthony, and he can tell you a little bit about his background, where he works. He is with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, based at the Corvallis Lab, but I'll let him elaborate on that. So again, as with DEQ, you'll have time to ask questions of this topic that Jamie's presenting to you.
All right, for the record, I'm Jamie Anthony. I'm the monitoring coordinator at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I want to start off by thanking the board for having me here today to talk about fish status and trends in the Siskiyou region. So the bulk of my talk will be discussing Chinook salmon, coho salmon, steelhead, cutthroat trout, and native trout, coastal cutthroat, and red band trout. I'm focusing on those species because that's where the bulk of our monitoring data exists, but I did want to point out that they are part of the fish fauna in this region, and you can see some of the other native species listed at the bottom of the slide. So as an overview of where I'm going to go with things today, I'll talk about some of the landscape and habitat features of the Siskiyou region, some limiting factors for fish, status and trends of those species and runs that I mentioned in the previous slide, a little bit about how the fish are using their thermal landscape, and looking forward to some challenges ahead. So the Siskiyou region, you can see here, kind of superimposed on this map of annual precipitation for Oregon, the Siskiyou region outlined in red. So the streams in this area, as they're moving from higher elevations, eventually through the coast and out to sea, are moving through multiple ecoregions. So this is a very diverse area in terms of habitats as well as the biota. Many of the anadromous fish that I'm going to be talking about today have strong ecological ties with fish to the south down in the northern basins of California, stronger ties to those basins than to our other coastal basins. This area is, as the map indicates, subject to generally less precipitation on an annual basis than we see in other areas of the coast, and also higher and more variable temperatures. So warmer and drier place for cold water fish to make a living. Also kind of differentiating this area a little bit from some of our coastal streams is these streams tend to be higher in gradient, so a bit steeper. That can have implications for the kinds of fish they produce. As an example, this area can be a much more productive steelhead area than, say, coho that prefer lower gradients. There are also some areas of erosive geology that, when disturbed, can cause sedimentation issues. And then the last thing I just want to point out is a difference between here and some of our other coastal basins is the more substantial human footprint in terms of development along things like the I-5 corridor, as well as substantial irrigation infrastructure to support agriculture in this warmer and drier region. So within that backdrop, I'll talk a little bit about limiting factors in general for fish. These aren't limiting factors that are unique to the Siskiyou region. They're the kinds of things that we might consider for limiting fish production throughout Oregon and in the Northwest in general, but some of them do take on some specific importance here. And the first of those two are temperature and flow. So I mentioned already, this is an area that's warmer and drier than some of our other coastal areas. The Rogue Basin is one example, has a history of substantial fish kills that can arise when we have large populations of spawners coming back to low flows and high temperatures, and we can get things like disease outbreaks. So those are going to be important limiting factors in the Siskiyou region. Habitat complexity and connectivity, so simplification of habitats over time, and loss of things like overwintering habitat can be important here. And the connectivity piece is very important, again, because of that environment that these fish are in and the need to move around and make use of that environment as they can. So passage is an important thing here. There are a couple of non-native fish species, some minnows that have been introduced to this area and can be competitors with our native salmon and steelhead, especially if they get a leg up with warmer temperatures. Harvest is something that we address through conservative harvest regulations, try to maintain our conservation goals for these species, but providing opportunity where we can. Our hatchery programs in this area are designed to mitigate for loss production above U.S. Army Corps of Engineer dams, and we manage those in terms of release and release strategies to minimize interaction of wild and hatchery fish on the spawning grounds, because we know that can have a negative impact on wild fish. And then the elephant in the room with anadromous fish is always ocean conditions. So ocean productivity can have a significant impact on the status of these populations. And while there's not a lot that we can do to directly influence the limiting factor of the ocean, we do try to address these limiting factors so that the freshwater side of the equation is at least as resilient as it can be, so we can weather periods of poor ocean productivity. So as I move into talking about status and trends of some of those specific species and runs, there are a few caveats for consideration. One is that the delineation of the Siskiyou region doesn't necessarily perfectly align with fish populations or the scale at which we monitor fish. So at times you're going to see metrics that include fish in and in a larger area outside of the Siskiyou region, and sometimes you're going to see metrics that reflect just a portion of the Siskiyou. So just bear in mind that misalignment will kind of exist through this. Then the other part that you can think about as I step through this is that these different species and runs are going to be using the stream network in different ways. So I'll try to have a little method to my madness as I go through this, and work from species like spring Chinook and fall Chinook that are using predominantly the larger waters, so waters like the Rogue and its major tributaries. But as I move through coho, steelhead, and cutthroat, we'll be getting into species that are using a broader range of the drainage network, getting up into using smaller headwater streams as well. So to move into the specific fish species, I'll start with talking about spring Chinook. As I mentioned before, these fish have ecological ties to fish in Northern California. And you can see that here on this map that shows the delineation of the Southern Oregon and Northern California coastal Chinook salmon evolutionarily significant unit. That's just a federal designation that lumps populations that have evolutionary and ecological linkages. So our Oregon portion of that ESU is just a portion of the whole ESU, and then the Siskiyou region is a subset of that. One thing I want to point out before I get too far is, as I talk about all of these fish, you're going to hear a lot of metrics that involve fish passage at Gold Ray Dam. That was a dam that existed about right there. And then you'll also see counts past Huntley Park, which is in the lower river about right there. So just bear that in mind as well. In any event, within this area, we have two runs of Chinook salmon, a spring run and a fall run. As those names portend, they relate to when those fish are re-entering freshwater after ocean residency. So those spring run fish are typically coming back into freshwater in the spring and early summer before they over summer and hold over prior to spawning in the late fall and winter. So some of those fish are spending up to 8 months in freshwater before spawning. That's in contrast to the fall run fish that are going to be coming in later in the summer and early fall, much closer to their spawning period. These two runs of fish are not listed as federally threatened or endangered. The only fish that I'll talk about today that's listed under the federal ESA is coho. But these are covered by state conservation plans adopted in 2007 and 2013. And these plans identify management strategies to achieve our conservation and management goals. You can see some of those listed here. There's a lot of overlap in the kinds of things that we consider for managing both of these runs. But one that I want to point out in particular is reservoir management and coordination. The Lost Creek Reservoir, which is right under this little thing, takes on some special meaning here. Lost Creek Reservoir is impounded by the William Just Dam. It's one of the only reservoirs in the nation that has a part of its storage pool held over for downstream fishery management. Through Coordination with the Army Corps of Engineer, we're able to coordinate release of water so that we can manage flows and temperatures to help protect these two runs of fish during their migration and their summer holdovers. And that also imparts some benefit to rearing steelhead as well. So that's a knob for addressing some of these limiting factors here in the larger main stem that we don't have in most other places. That said, I don't want to discount the value of cold water coming in from smaller tributaries, and I'll show you some evidence of that in a little bit. So where are things at for these? So the Rogue Spring Chinook Conservation Plan lays out some measurable criteria for abundance, spawner distribution, and composition, which relates to hatchery influence. For each of those measurable criteria, there are two thresholds: a desired status, that's the level that we want to be at or better, and then a conservation criteria, that's a shorter fuse to indicate where we may need to take on some adaptive management to address an immediate conservation concern. These fish have not been triggering their conservation criterion, and we're achieving two of the three desired status criteria. And so to talk a little bit more about that abundance metric, I'll have you look to the right. These are spring Chinook abundance counts at the Gold Ray Dam starting around 1941 and extending to about 2010 when that dam was removed. We've been able to continue that time trend to present using carcass counts. And there's a few things to look at here. The first is prior to the closure of the William Jess Dam, we had a period of volatility, which we expect in anadromous populations, but also relative stability. Following the closure of William Jess Dam, substantial decline in these fish, but since full implementation of the conservation plan, we've been moving in the right direction. So we think we see some positive outcomes for these fish. I'll just touch on fall Chinook, but it's a similar story, so I won't get too in detail for the sake of time. This is for Rogue aggregate population, so all of the populations in the Rogue Basin above the lower river. Again, the conservation plan lays out some measurable criteria and various thresholds. Just as for spring Chinook, we don't see triggering of the conservation criteria, and we've been achieving most of the desired status criteria. I do want to point out, though, that this plan was fully implemented around 2014, so we're still going to be seeing adult fish coming home that have been reared and grown up under this plan, so we'll continue to be evaluating that as we go forward. Moving on to coho salmon, again, the same story. These fish are part of a larger evolutionarily significant unit, and the Siskiyou region lies within that Oregon portion. So this is the Southern Oregon, Northern California coast, or SONC, federally listed as threatened and subject of a federal conservation recovery plan that was finalized in 2014. These fish were almost wiped out by the late 1960s and early 1970s, so they really reached a pretty dire conservation situation. And I'll show you some movement from there in the next slide. But these fish, as opposed to many other places on Oregon's coast, have a little bit more restricted distribution in this area than we see elsewhere. And that's because they tend to prefer low gradients. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a higher gradient system, a little more conducive to steelhead production. And in many low gradient areas that do exist, there can be problems with temperature overlapping that. So strategies for addressing limiting factors, like in many other areas for coho restoration, include riparian and in-stream habitat restoration to restore things like overwintering habitat. But another important strategy here is going to be enhancing cold water in low gradient areas where these fish can be more successful. So a few figures that give us some insight into where these fish are at. These are results from two different monitoring programs. The one on the left is juvenile occupancy in randomly selected snorkel surveys that we use to assess juvenile coho. What we see during this duration of this project is we had relatively high occupancy early on during that project's monitoring, but a step down more recently. And that's come along at around the same time that we've seen some pretty challenging conditions in freshwater with drought, low flows, and high temperatures. Moving over into adult abundance, these are wild adult coho estimated at Huntley Park. And what we see here, there's 3 different things to point out with this slide. So this time series extends back to 1980. As I mentioned before, these things were pretty close to extirpation in the 60s and 70s. And you still see quite a few estimates down there on the floor early on in the record. As we move on through time, we start to see those lifting up and coming off the floor. So that's been a positive development. Another thing I'll point out, and you'll see this kind of throughout this talk on other species as well, is this period here around 2015, as I said, has been really challenging in terms of repetitive drought, El Nino cycles in the ocean. But the fish do seem to be responding a bit better now than they did here in the early 1990s in the last bout that we experienced. So we haven't quite seen that, that drop in juvenile occupancy necessarily translate over here into adult abundance, but that's something we continue to monitor. Moving into talking about steelhead, like the other fish, part of a larger group, in this case, the Klamath Mountains province of steelhead, distinct population segment. So distinct population segments for steelhead are just the steelhead version of ESUs. These fish have both summer and winter runs in this area. So like Chinook, there's a component of these fish that come in earlier and hold over for a period before spawning, whereas the winter run is coming in closer to its actual spawning period. These fish were evaluated during our 2005 Native Fish Status Report, but they're also the subject of a current rogue South Coast multi-species conservation and management plan that ODFW is working on this year. I should also mention that coho will also be folded into this multi-species plan. These fish are making broad use of the drainage network, migrating among small, large tributaries, as well as the main stem rogue. They're very capable of using seasonal water. In this system, these fish are capable of rearing and in some cases spawning in streams that at other times of the year are completely dry. So in this system, where you have seasonal water, as long as gradient allows for it and there's not passage concerns, fish will generally make some use of that water. So temperature, as these fish are moving around and trying to make their living across this landscape, is an important consideration, as well as passage and maintaining connectivity. And that goes for both adults as well as juveniles. We often think of passage as the big dam removals, but juveniles also struggle to be able to move throughout the system. And then we also manage these with conservative harvest regulations to protect both the adults and juveniles. I also wanted to mention the half-pounder life history strategy. This is something that makes these fish really special in Oregon and really throughout the range of steelhead. This is a life history strategy that's found only in this part of Oregon and in a few Northern California basins. It involves most of the summer steelhead and many of the winter steelhead that occupy this basin. And what this is in general, steelhead are going to spend 1 to 3 years rearing and growing up in their freshwater habitats before they migrate out to sea for their ocean residency. These fish do exactly that, but after only 2 to 4 months, they come back into freshwater and then overwinter another year in freshwater before they go out to sea yet again. So a very unique life history strategy, and it does have implications for these fish, both in that they use a little bit more fresh water for their growth and survival over the long term, but also they tend to be smaller. They're spending less time in the ocean, so these steelhead are typically smaller than elsewhere on the coast and in Oregon. And these half-pounders do support a popular fishery in the lower and middle rogue. So to talk about status and trend of these, once again, I'll start with juveniles and move up to adults. These are, on the left, are juvenile occupancy from the same kinds of surveys that we talked about with coho, the snorkel surveys, randomly distributed throughout the DPS. Here again, we see in recent times a bit of a step down here in terms of sites occupied, and you'd see that as well if I showed you the graph showing abundance. So again, there have been some challenging conditions in freshwater, to be sure. Now moving up into half-pounder abundance. This is the estimated wild half-pounders passing Huntley Park. These are both fall and summer fish for juveniles as well. We don't distinguish them yet until they're adults. We see fluctuations through time, but again, it's been encouraging to see some pretty high numbers coming in here in recent conditions where it's been otherwise challenging in both freshwater and ocean conditions. And we see them doing a bit better here than they were back here in the 90s. Moving on to adults, I've got a couple trends here. One for winter steelhead at Gold Ray Dam. This extends from around 1940 to around 2010 when that dam came out. We don't have a way right now of extending that time period, but at least through the period that we have that time series, one of the things to key in on is the relative stability through time, and that's not something that we see in a lot of long-term records of salmon and steelhead in the Northwest. Moving over to summer steelhead passing Huntley Park. Again, we see some fluctuations through time, but we can be a little bit optimistic at least of this performance here as of late. Certainly coming in a little bit better than it did in the last go around of very bad conditions back in the 90s. I'll talk a little bit about cutthroat trout, but we do have less monitoring directed at these species, specific to these species. These are found throughout the Siskiyou region. They were last assessed in our 2005 Native Fish Status Report, and like steelhead and coho, will be rolled into this conservation plan that we're currently developing. What I will say about these fish is they are very diverse in terms of their life history strategies. Some of these are anadromous and will make the journey out to sea. Others are going to take on an adfluvial life history where they're moving between tributaries and the main stem rogue and larger tributaries. Others stay put in the stream of their origin. And so they're doing a lot of different things as far as life history strategies, and they have very diverse habitat use and movement because of that. While we don't have a lot of directed monitoring at these species, we do find them when we survey for the other species that I've already talked about. We tend to find that they're broadly distributed and occupancy has remained relatively stable through time. So we think they're likely in pretty good condition. And then lastly, I'll just touch on red band trout. The small portion of the Siskiyou region that extends over into the Klamath Basin does pick up one population of upper Klamath red band trout. Shown here in purple, it's the Jenny Creek population. For those of you that know a little bit about Jenny Creek, it has a barrier falls located near the Oregon and California border. So these fish were evaluated during the Native Fish Status Report, and one of the areas, while they were doing generally all right, one area of added risk for these populations is the fact that being isolated above that barrier means that if anything does impinge on those populations, there's not an easy way for natural recovery from adjacent watersheds. Likewise, this place is home to another special little fish, the Jenny Creek small-scale sucker. That's a small-scale sucker that has developed some unique life history attributes due to the long period of isolation. So again, important to consider the isolation of those species. So as I've been talking about moving from characteristics of the rogue and Siskiyou, limiting factors, and status of trend of these, I think a common thread that I've brought up a lot has been temperature. So I did want to touch on the importance of thermal complexity and how these animals are using that complexity. So as humans, we tend to have a pretty coarse view of thermal complexity. We often think about how hot it was today or how cold it was. But much like our family dog can discern a much more complex and nuanced environment of smell than we can, these fish are doing the same thing when it comes to temperature. So they're keying in not just on magnitude, but also the range of temperatures, the frequency of cold and warm events, the duration of those events, how temperature evolves over the course of the season in space and time across the landscape, and how quickly that happens. All of those attributes can be really closely tied to life history attributes like growth and development, cues for spawning timing, and so on. And they also affect how the fish use the landscape. So as I mentioned, some of these fish are really moving around a lot to make their living, finding thermal refugia and things like that. And these are the kinds of things they're keying in on. So it's that complexity in the thermal environment, both in space and time, and in these other ways that it can be nuanced, that can contribute to diversity in terms of life history strategies that we see in some of these fish. And that diversity in life history strategies can be a form of stability and resilience in the face of perturbations. And that's going to become even more important in these areas in the future. So just to show you that this actually does happen, it's not just me saying it. These are some photos of adult Chinook salmon seeking thermal refuge near a tributary mouth. This is at Stair Creek where it comes into the main stem rogue. So these fish are sensing those subtle differences in temperature and utilizing that habitat where they can find it on the landscape to find some refuge from warm temperatures. So I'll talk a little bit about now some of the challenges moving forward. So I think when you listen to the status and trend piece, hopefully you took away that there are some positive outcomes in terms of how some of these fish have responded in some recent really challenging environments. I think that can be attributed in many ways to the substantial investment in these fish and in their habitats by the state of Oregon, by other natural resource managers, by anglers, watershed councils, and independent landowners that have helped with this. But there are challenges in the future. And so this is just U.S. Forest Service Norwest Project temperature projections showing current baseline mean August stream temperatures throughout Western Oregon. And so you can see the Siskiyou region would be down here. And then projecting that out, incorporating climate projections to 2080. And warm temperatures here are indicated by the reds and orange colors. So warmer colors mean warmer temperatures. And we can see throughout Oregon, it's going to get warmer. Not a surprise, right? And we're talking about cold water anadromous fish. So that will be a challenge for them. And especially when we consider that some of these are at the southern end of their range and already dealing with a warmer, drier environment. So some significant challenges into the future. What I think this does point out is the importance of being able to protect cold water resources where they exist now on the landscape, where we can see them persisting into the future, and enhancing cold water where we can as a strategy to protect those investments we've made in these species. So with that, I can try to address any questions. Yeah.
Is the 2080 projection, are the color codings actually related to temperature, and is that and is there then a comparison between the projections there with the numeric criteria?
It's not directly, but one can link them up. They are related to temperature, but I didn't put the scale on there, so I can't tell you right off what they are. But yeah, that can be done, but it should be recognized that this is a projection. And there are some, when you really try to dial down at sort of a reach scale or something like that, I would expect some uncertainty
right
there in what that's going to be.
No, I would too. I'm just curious. I mean, that's a little bit depressing, if it plays out like that. But if it plays out like that, it strikes me superficially, without knowing everything behind that then the background contributions to temperature by themselves will be driving water above the numeric criteria, potentially, in some of these streams.
It's possible in some places that will happen.
So what's ODF's thoughts and sort of,
so how are we planning?
How are you
planning for climate change? Yeah, I expected after seeing Gene answer that question, I probably would too. Yeah, I mean, this is a complex thing that we struggle with. And we've done that in some coarse ways by trying to sort of cushion some of our conservation goals. So in some of our conservation plans, you'll see something as coarse as adding, say, 20% to a recovery goal. So we want to try to do actions to raise the fish up to a place, not just where we think they need to be today, but get them even stronger so they can weather this kind of thing. But that's a pretty coarse way to get at it. We are looking at some new tools and developing tools that can give us some better projections, because ultimately what we need to have is projections like this that are reliable and at reach scales, so we can start to make decisions about both what the flow and temperature environments are going to look like in the future. So we see Norwest as certainly a tool that can give us some indications of where things like cold water may persist, but we want to be developing additional tools that will give us a little bit more resolution. Again, it's important to point out on this is just August mean temperatures. So it's one kind of metric, and we really want to be able to look at a broader suite of metrics to think about how this affects fish. The other component of this that can be difficult, though, is there is going to be some capacity of fish to adapt to change, but it's also very difficult to predict what that capacity is.
I mean, we're watching that to some extent with our steelhead in the Joseph Creek system in Northeast Oregon, where the strongest population that we have is in a stream system that is TMDL listed. Just one other quick question, because it comes up in the broader climate change and carbon sequestration conversations too. From your modeling and sort of forecasting perspective, would I be right in assuming that keeping forests is still a preferred land use, also for fish habitat and for some of these forward strategies, and that land use conversion is potentially more detrimental or not?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly, you're talking about conversion into things like low density residential, right, and things like that. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And those are all things that come into play in this area, given that there is a substantial human footprint.
Right.
So, yes.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, there's no easy answers to this, but obviously we got to be thinking about both how do you protect fish and meet the cold water criteria, but also how do you maintain the incentives that keep forests in forests and don't drive conversion, because we're anticipating certainly an increase in population across Oregon and in this area in particular. And so that's going to be another pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, when we're talking about the future of water availability, I think it's really going to be something that we all have to kind of take a holistic approach and really approach this as much as possible as a team in Oregon to get there.
Just a quick follow-up. I'm pretty sure that Gordy Reeves has done some of this work and kind of downscaled some of the climate projections to smaller streams, maybe not stream reaches, but smaller stream segments. And I'm wondering if that's the work that's being referred to here, or is that a separate study that he's done?
That's separate work that Gordy's done to do the downscaling.
Yeah, that might be interesting to share with the other board members. Good, thank you.
A follow-up comment on that. I think Norm Johnson's also got some information that would be really useful, I think, for us to hear in terms of relationship of stream habitat conditions and forest practices. And perhaps both Gordy and Norm ought to be invited to present to us. Off that topic, I've got a question. And that is clearly already today and certainly on into the future, the importance of temperature refuges is really critical. What kind of work has been done, or has work been done to try to identify where those cold water refuges lie?
Yeah, so the scale of the thermal refuges can be quite small. that the fish are using. And so that's one of the pieces that we'd like to look at more of how we can try to get more spatially refined data that can help show us where those occur. But right now, much of the monitoring really isn't at a scale that can help to identify those. And so, but certainly there are areas that we know tend to be important. So areas like tributary junctions. And so despite some of the uncertainty about where some of these lie, we know areas that are likely to be important like that. But we hope to continue to be developing tools and drilling down into that, and hopefully we'll be making some progress on that as well in the plan that we're developing.
And then I know there's been, oh goodness, probably a multi-decade effort to identify and resolve fish passage barrier issues in the basin, because connectivity is one of the real big recovery and frankly adaptation opportunities that we have. Would you talk, so I know we've made, well, for instance, Gold Ray Dam, but I know there's been a lot of both large and small fish passage barrier removal. Would you talk a little bit more about fish passage as it relates to forest practices and the importance of some of the like forest road culvert issues and that as it reflects to fish status in this area?
Sure. So just to kind of mention a little anecdote, but I think it's worthwhile. Back in the 1960s, early 1960s, Cole Rivers, who was the fisheries biologist of the time down there, already at that time was talking about there being hundreds of barriers to fish passage throughout the basin. So there's a legacy of that throughout the basin. And while we often think about those big dam removals that are really visible, like the Gold Ray removals, Savage Rapids, and so on, some of these little things like culverts, like small push-up dams, those are probably one of the larger areas that we have left to work with to be able to help these fish move around and use that thermal scape that I talked about. And so being able to access thermal refugia where it exists, but hopefully if there's some adjacent resources nearby, they're able to get to that so to like gather the groceries, so to speak. So I often think about these fish as I would my own bank account, where it's in most years it's small margins that I'm going to get by, right? But in good years, I want to be able to make use of that to weather some of the bad years. But it doesn't take a whole lot for more of those kind of marginal years to get bad if you start having to travel further to get your groceries, to get your thermal habitat. So as the thermal scape homogenizes through time, that can start to become a problem. So maintaining passage, even at these small barriers for juveniles, is at least going to be able to give them the best shot they've got at getting into this more difficult future.
And then I know you don't have any long-term monitoring on lamprey, but lamprey have obviously a very important cultural significance to the tribal governments and peoples in that area, and it's a big, robust issue. Could you just speak to what you do have and what you do know and can say about lamprey?
Well, there's a new lamprey conservation plan that will be soon to be finalized. So that's a big step in the planning process for these species. I wish I had brought the distribution map, but these do occur, Pacific lamprey, throughout the area, much like our anadromous salmon and steelhead. They're going out to sea. They're spending a considerable number of years living in fresh water. And so during that portion of their life cycle, they are going to be very dependent on stream conditions, likely to be dependent on temperature as well. And what's the other thing I was thinking of saying? The other thing that's important about lamprey is they don't seem to home to their natal tributaries like salmon and steelhead. And so there's a little less site fidelity when they come home. And what they are rather seeming to key in on is the pheromones released by other lamprey. And so if you get to a point where you start to eliminate lamprey from an area, it can be somewhat difficult to get them back in the area, even if you restore passage. So that is a consideration for thinking about those fish over the long term as well.
And then finally, could you share some observations in terms of riparian conditions that are correlated with healthy fish populations?
Sure. So obviously, so overwintering habitat, so being able to find flow refuge during periods of high flow can be very important for rearing juveniles. So that has a relationship to riparian conditions as far as wood sourcing, being able to get wood coming in through natural recruitment and to form those complex habitats that these fish can make use of. Shade has obvious importance in its role for mitigating temperature and solar heat loads. And then also some of the connectivity to off-channel habitats can be really important. Those can be really highly productive areas for juvenile rearing. So having some floodplain connectivity and some movement into alcove habitats and secondary channels in riparian habitats can be really crucial.
And then lastly, since we seem to be involved in an exercise right now relative to trying to identify, collect, and analyze existing literature relative to forest practices and desired future conditions and temperature, can you, I assume you've been working with department staff and that you have shared with them the literature both published in gray that the department has, that your department has, that would be useful and informative?
Yeah, we've been coordinating with ODF staff, and so yeah, so that is happening. Will continue to happen. I will say that you know, a lot of our fish monitoring, as you saw, is at a pretty coarse scale in terms of providing sort of multi-population aggregate estimates. So it doesn't necessarily, or it isn't necessarily aligned well for looking at effectiveness, so to speak, at that finer grain scale. I
assume you've got a fair amount of like fish habitat relationship information though that we could use to inform our discussions about forest practices.
Right. Yeah, it's absolutely informative information that at least sets the stage for considering things.
Thank you.
Hello. I think you called me first, but in deference to Mr. Becker, who came up from Southern Oregon, I'd like for him to start the proceedings. I don't want to use up his time.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Becker, and I have been for some 15 years now a board member of the Applegate Partnership and Watershed Council. one of the first watershed councils in the state of Oregon. Our council has worked with various state and federal agencies and private organizations. We have removed numerous fish barriers, improved in-stream habitat, worked on irrigation efficiency, and educated and involved the public, including children, on various relevant issues. But the majority of our efforts have involved improving the condition of compromised riparian buffers. As you know, many of our streams are temperature limited and listed as clean water 303D water quality limited streams. There is little debate that the vast majority of public studies document that riparian shade has a significant effect on stream temperatures. The APWC has planted tens of thousands of native trees and shrubs in an attempt to replicate natural conditions of shade-protected streams in our area. However, much of this beneficial work has been negated by clear cuts on private timberlands that leave a mere 20-foot buffer on either side of the streams. This practice is illustrated in both the cover of the RIP Stream Findings Report and the recent photos that I've handed out on a tributary of the West Fork of Evans Creek, a prime coho stream. The watershed councils of the Rogue River Basin have recently submitted a unified comment letter to ODF, as have numerous other Siskiyou stakeholders. The Watershed Council comment letter has already been sent to Oregon's governor, the Natural Resources Director, the state forester, and the Southern Oregon state senators and representatives. Although I'm sure that most are already aware of this issue, we're trying to impress upon them the importance of this to Southern Oregon. I have in my possession some of the aforementioned comments. Virtually all have addressed this issue respectfully, using sound and settled science to prove their point. Reading between the lines, augmented by my conversations with the authors, the overwhelming feeling is that the entire concept that the Siskiyou should be excluded from the 2015 revised rules because it was, quote, incorrect to extrapolate data from other state regions with different environmental realities on Southern Oregon is laughable. Rather than a reason, it is an excuse based on the institutional bias of this board. In the words of Dr. Chris Feisel, the relationship between shade and stream warming is a fundamental physical reality. Within temperate forest in the latitudinal range of Oregon, this relationship has never been shown to vary in any consistent way between regions. Hence, the premise that the Siskiyou region is inexplicably different is at worst a convenient fiction, at best an unexamined hypothesis that should not govern policymaking. Furthermore, ODF's own predictive modeling based on its rigorous RIP stream study field data indicated at least a 90-foot buffer is needed to have a high probability of meeting the protecting cold water criterion. Yet at the November 5th, 2015 meeting, when the board initially proposed to exclude the Siskiyou, option 1 with a 90-foot buffer for both medium and small streams, including all of Western Oregon, was not even brought to a vote. Option 2, supported by the timber industry, had a 70-foot buffer for medium streams, 50-foot for small streams, and excluded the Siskiyou. It was defeated on a 3-4 vote. The final 4-3 decision, the timber industry members voted against it, was clearly a compromise designed to secure enough votes to pass something that was not based solely on scientific data. Additionally, 32 of the 33 riparian rift stream sites were located in the mid to northern Coast Range, and the 33rd was on the east side of the Coast Range, somewhere around Elkton and the Umpqua drainage. Yet the board had no problem including the Willamette Valley and the west slope of the Cascades in their decisions, despite the significant differences. The Siskiyou region has numerous microclimates. Ashland gets roughly 15 inches of rain, Medford 20, the Applegate 25, Grants Pass 30, Cave Junction 40. You're surely not considering having multiple riparian setback rules here in the Siskiyou region to reflect those different environmental realities. I've been able to, despite many hours researching the ODF website and filing a freedom of information request with ODF, to find any scientific debate on why the Siskiyou should be excluded. In my opinion, your decision was politically and economically motivated rather than scientifically motivated.
Can I ask you to wrap up because we've exceeded your time. Thanks.
Okay. You guys, I passed around this, so you have it. So I just read the last paragraph. Both the Forest Service and the BLM have established riparian setbacks that are well over 100 feet for fish-bearing streams in the Siskiyous. Even the counties have a minimum 50-foot setback on private lands. The surrounding states have a much more protected buffer width than the ODF. The Medford and Ashland Water Commissioners have contracted with Freshwater Trust to the tune of some $10 million to plant shade trees to mitigate the warm water discharged by their water treatment plants. Everyone has to do their part in the attempt to protect our threatened salmon-weighted species, especially the endangered Southern Oregon, Northern California coho. I realize there is not a magic number for the width of the riparian buffer that all can agree on. In fact, there is considerable debate that the warmer, drier conditions of the Siskiyou would warrant larger setbacks. However, the 60 to 80 foot rules adopted for the Western Oregon is at least the starting point for the Siskiyou region. Your own mission statement is to lead Oregon in implementing policies and programs that promote sustainable management of Oregon's public and private forests. It's been 17 years. It is time for you to do your job and get this done. Thanks for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Skurlock. I represent 28 local, statewide, and national conservation and fishing industry organizations that comprise the Oregon Stream Protection Coalition. I realize we're here today to talk about an interim report on a scientific study, and I do appreciate your engagement in this important subject and hope you will continue to stay engaged, because my primary request is that this board should direct the staff to use a more inclusive and ultimately more credible approach to this entire project. In our view, given the topic and available information, the more appropriate approach is to conduct a basic general literature review and synthesis, where every relevant study is evaluated on its own merits, critical uncertainties are identified, and conclusions are drawn based on logical resolution of apparent contradictions and weight of evidence. It's also normal in such an approach for the question to change as a result of perusal and discoveries made in the literature review. It seems to us that simply too much highly relevant and useful information is being excluded unnecessarily, and that we can be more inclusive without sacrificing rigor or transparency. Specifically, the exclusion of ripstream without a rational biophysical basis has already been touched on, and I do urge the board not to accede to the staff position that it must exclude ripstream to comport with your prior policy decision by remaining silent. You could alternatively clarify that the geographic scope of the SSBT rule did not predetermine the scope of this subsequent monitoring effort, and or you could direct that ripstream be considered along with any other available information that suggests that the core shade stream temperature relationship established by ripstream should not be presumptively considered valid. Unless and until that information is produced, we think that it should. Another key piece of information that we think needs to be integrated is the scientific analysis that is conducted as part of the TMDL process. Not only are TMDL analyses cognizable as science, in fact, they are described by many state agencies as scientific studies to tell us what is the maximum pollution a water body can accept while still meeting a set standard. But also TMDLs, as we heard today, set important legally enforceable policy benchmarks. They are the load allocations applicable to forest lands under them are more than just a good idea. And while it is not often mentioned, and only the option of the EQC petitioning this board should they be unsatisfied with the best management practices, they can, under certain circumstances where they have found to be insufficient, be directly enforced. So I think we need to have a serious conversation about what they mean, and particularly given that we're looking at a specific region. I will provide further testimony about some of the other things that I think that we can see from the preliminary analysis have been excluded, but it does seem particularly insupportable to exclude information about large wood when the function of riparian buffers to provide large wood is part of the description of desired future condition in the rule itself. And so if not here, somewhere this needs to happen.
And I will leave the rest of it to my comments. Thanks very much.
Sorry, you caught me off guard. I thought we'd be going down this way. Members of the board, State Forester Authority, Chair Imeson, my name is Seth Barnes. I've appeared before you many times. I'm a forester with the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I appreciate the work that ODF&W and DEQ did in bringing some of that information to you here today. I appreciate all the data that ODF&W, that these agencies have and collect over time. I think it's super important and good information for you all to consider and all of us to be aware of. I did, however, in the review, I think that one aspect of this question that you have in terms of the relationship to fish, and I just mean to spotlight this a little bit, and thinking about what I might add to the conversation here today, I really wanted to, in the spirit of sort of looking at the analyses and the science that's before you, there's a body of literature that's perhaps missing in the conversation as you're looking at, impacts from riparian management and forestry on fish. And that is, what is the dynamic of the trees you leave after a harvest? What does that actually do to individual fish or fish populations? And there is a body of literature out there. In fact, there's scientists right now at Oregon State University that wrestle with that question. And they're continuing to produce information. And I on the backside of my testimony, I include a few of those studies for you to look at. I would encourage you to take a look at those yourself. Those are just a few publications that I am aware of. I know that there's a greater body of literature associated with that question, and I know that this is a narrow piece of that of the pie that we're talking about. But I think it's an important one, especially as you're trying to get contextual information to inform your conversation moving forward in terms of riparian management. How does that affect fish populations? And I think what you will find, and I kind of put it in my simplistic non-scientist verbiage there of bullet points, but this literature shows in my reading that fish eat small bugs. Those bugs live off of green material that grows in the streams to some extent, right? This is material these are plants that need some measure of sunlight in order to grow. There are scenarios where you can have a limiting amount of that material in the stream. In fact, we've documented that across certain areas in Oregon. Overly shaded areas that are no longer good at producing the types of fish food that are needed for healthy populations. And so some of this literature is showing that in some of those areas, it's not just a temperature issue, it's also a light issue, right? And so an older forest, a desired future condition that we're looking at, actually does have some of those openings in it. It is not what we would consider a dark area if you've walked some of those streams. And so as you're trying to mimic that, right, in a desired future condition scenario, you might also think about, there is some scenarios where opening up light to those shaded systems can actually increase fish populations. In fact, it's not a strange phenomenon. It's been documented time and time again. And I think if you read through some of the literature that I've included in the backside of this, of my comments today, you'll find that. I also wanted to clear up a couple of things, and my understanding, and I think as we can talk more about this in the future as we sort of wrestle with this question in the coming months, but Ripstream will continue to be brought up, the Ripstream study multiple times. But I think it's important to remember that these streams that were monitored under Ripstream, they did not exceed the temperature standard. In fact, they were well below the temperature standard. It was the protecting cold water criterion that was only a fraction of the time. Majority of the time, it was met, even with current rules. It was a fraction of the time that it was not. And I see that I got the red light, so I'll wrap up. If you have any questions, I'm available. But I'm interested in continuing this conversation with you and interested in seeing what we learned from the literature review.
Thank you. Jim James.
Chair Imeson, State Forester Authority. There, is that probably better? My name is, and board, my name is Jim James. I'm the executive director of the Oregon Small Woodlands Association. We represent 3,200 family forest managers in the state. And first, I'd like to compliment the Department of Forestry, Margan Allen, Terry Frisch, and their staff in the outreach that they've made to stakeholders in this process. It's been very professionally done, and I'd like to say I appreciate the outreach. It is my hope that at the end of the day, that outreach will result in some good results in this process. Those of you who were on the board through the last riparian rule in the Department of Forestry will not find my next comments to be a surprise. I firmly believe that if you're going to evaluate rules to protect riparian habitat, you have to take a look at the impacts to fish. And I think you heard earlier, the board decided or directed the department not to take a look at fish populations, but to focus on temperature and future conditions. But how in the world can you make a decision about riparian rule protection if you completely ignore the facts around the fish? And there is plenty of paired watershed studies in Western Oregon, not the Siskiyou region, that clearly show that when moving some of the shade, temperatures can go up temporarily, very small temperature increases, and they don't last very long, and a short distance downstream, they're gone. And when you talk about meeting the cold water criteria of no excess of 0.3 degrees Celsius, the focus has been instantly right there at that spot. But if you take into consideration that a short distance downstream, those temperatures are gone, there's an assumption that they stay in the stream. It's simply not true. The paired watershed studies clearly show that there's a lot of factors that influence stream temperature besides shade. And those factors influence the temperature downstream. The increase is gone. Also, the trees grow back. The shade issue is temporary as well. So I would argue that the current forest practice rules do meet the cold water criteria and maintain temperature in that stream. And to suggest that that temperature stays downstream, I know a lot of folks believe that's true. I believe the paired watershed studies create doubt on that. So I believe that information should be made available to this process. I think you need all the information around streams before you can make an intelligent decision. I would like to talk briefly about TMDLs. I thought Gene did a really good job of answering the question, but the process that DEQ uses to identify a 303C or designated stream that would require TMDL, if they find a temperature anywhere in the stream, it's 303D listed all the way up to the headwaters of the stream. And I'm not aware of any temperatures are taken at small and medium fish-bearing streams. And to make the assumption that just because a stream has a TMDL 303D list, that the stream temperatures in the small and medium fish-bearing streams are a problem, there is absolutely no information to validate that assumption. In fact, we should assume that that's not true because Ripstream and other studies have demonstrated that the stream temperatures on those streams are adequate for fish. I think I'm running out of time. I would agree with Seth's view on fish. I would also like to state that Oswald will support any decisions made by the board that are based on science. But I hope you take a look at all the science to make an adequate decision, and it be real science, not political science. Thank you.
Chair Amundsen, State Forest Authority. For the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I also too enjoyed and learned a lot from the presentations today. I thought the staff, ODF and W and DEQ were all helpful. A couple of thoughts about those presentations. One, it looks pretty clear from the presentations that we've got some temperature problems in the Rogue Basin, particularly from the DEQ presentation. Secondly, the climate change projections, not surprisingly, are grim for temperature in the southern part of the state as well. So those things stood out to me. Regarding the specific question today, a lot of the discussion, of course, has been about temperature, which makes sense. Of course, I think we're all interested in a wider range of riparian functions, including large wood recruitment and the study today also, there hasn't been as much discussion of desired future condition as well. So there's a bigger picture there, of course. Regarding the literature that ODF might look at one point, it seems to me that the TMDLs are really a rich data source. And from what I saw, they've been excluded as part of the literature review. And it seems like there's actually quite a bit that could be learned from those. So I guess I'd encourage staff, you to ask staff to bore in a bit more and work with DEQ staff to see what can be learned about more site-specific conditions. The second and last point I'd like to make is regarding the RIP stream study. Of course, when the last rulemaking was done, the SISQs were excluded. But from what I could tell, there was never a formal finding of any sort that identified why the SISQ vegetative or geological conditions were different from the other places that were included in the RIP stream study. So I guess I would encourage you to bore in on that a bit. And it may be possible to gather rather easily, not peer-reviewed data, but data from the Forest Service or private industry, or even data from state-owned land about the conditions of reference stands down there, and to ask the question, are those stands much different from the ones that grow in the parts of the state that were part of the RIP stream study? And in fact, you may find that it holds up, that it's sufficiently different down there, that more work is needed. But you might actually also find out that it's not that different in the SISQ, and that the RIP stream study should therefore be included. So, so I'd really, because of the high quality of that RIP stream study, I am concerned that it was discarded without enough work, and that a kind of calibration or return to it with a look at the local conditions in mind might be very helpful to future decision making. So thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Chair Emerson, members of the board, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the Native Fish Society, an organization that mission is to protect and restore wild native fish throughout the Pacific Northwest. First of all, I just wanted to share my appreciation for the thoughtful and serious discussion around climate change. It was refreshing to hear that issue starting to receive the attention that it is. I followed the Northwest temperature data set for quite a while now, and have participated in data collection. And we are concerned about where those climate refuges are, because there are many places in the state that may become uninhabitable to fish. And many places that uninhabitability is due to our own management decisions. Second of all, I did want to make one comment on the discussion on native fish condition, because often I see that the shifting baselines have acted very strongly. When data sets start at 1980, I always have to raise a flag, because during my previous experience working for the University of Washington in Alaska, where they're talking about returns to single watersheds in the multiple millions, that's something that I think we all need to understand, that by 1900, many of these watersheds were already degraded to the point where we did not understand what was there prior to Western civilization interacting with and managing those ecosystems. So I just wanted to put that flag, especially for coho salmon, for Chinook salmon. There's lots of things like overharvest that degraded those fish populations, and prior timber practices that also intersected with the positions we saw today. Personally, I have worked in fish conservation my whole career. I started off snorkeling a lot of Western streams. I've snorkeled over 500 miles of streams throughout Western Oregon, including in the Klamath-Siskiyous area. I've seen some of the most beautiful riparian conditions imaginable. I've also seen some of the most degraded. I've crawled on my belly through a wall of blackberry for a half mile, where you don't see a fish because there is no sunlight that reaches the stream. And in many of those situations, you find that prior timber practices have led to those riparian conditions, where we did log all the way across that stream, and no one has managed them ever since. So I don't want to narrow the discussion just to shade or just to water temperature. I think we also have to take into consideration what is the diversity of species that lives there, and especially things like leaf litter, bioenergetics of fish. Many of the food sources of fish that get them through the summertime in warm water temperatures come from terrestrial environments. So the larger riparian buffer that you can leave allows fish to feed not on the insects that are in the water, but the insects that are blown into the stream. Similarly with leaf litter, things like vine maple and alder leaves come into the stream not just from the area in which shade enters that stream, but from the areas anywhere where the wind can blow biomass into that water body. So I don't want to pretend that I can do a full review of all scientific literature. Similar to Mary and Bob, and even Seth, I think a more inclusive stance to what literature you include in your data review is appropriate. And one other thing that came up for me that I just wanted to call into question is the exclusion of fish, and especially the exclusion of large wood in this discussion. Given the role of large wood in freshwater ecosystems, and especially its connection to temperature, I don't understand why that is occurring. I'd appreciate some thoughts. It says that it was at the board direction that wood was excluded, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more of your thinking on that. And then especially large wood's role in hyporheic connection to the stream bottom, to groundwater, where a lot of that cold water does come to in those cold water refuges is because of the intersection of large wood and streams interacting together. Most of that comes from buffers or upslope processes. If not in this process, I don't know where that discussion happens or what the regulatory processes are for taking that into account. So if you have some time, I would love to hear your thoughts on that dynamic and how it is incorporated, if not in this process, and what process moving forward. Thank you for hearing my comments.
So in light of some of the public testimony, I've got a couple of follow-up questions for you. First one relates to temperature, large wood, and food availability, sort of light penetration. As you're thinking sort of overall comprehensively, what would you say is most, if you were to organize them in terms of limiting factors for fish populations in the Rogue? Are we more likely to run into problems with temperature, large wood, or food, or is it so variable across the region that you can't give me a general ranking?
I guess I would say that temperature is clearly an issue already and will be going into the future. But habitat complexity, so large wood, is also a factor that's pretty ubiquitous as a concern. So I don't know if I would take the leap of necessarily putting one before the other on that case, but I would
identify those
as being very important.
What about the, do we have areas where there's inadequate food? Is that an issue that is of concern in the Rogue?
I don't think I would call that an issue of concern. I think, as you heard in public testimony, yes, it is certainly true that fish can gain food through a photosynthetic pathway that's going to be contributing to primary production. But you also heard about other sources of food, so secondary production that can come in from terrestrial insects and leaf litter and so on. And so I guess the way that I look at it is everything in moderation, just like we would view ourselves. And so as I described, that thermal landscape and having the heterogeneity for fish to be able to make use of that, I think the same thing is true for thinking about sources of productivity. But too much of any one thing could be an issue.
And then the second question we had relates to how broadly we cast our net in terms of what literature we're including in the review. And so I've got a question relative to that. And that is what we know about fish habitat relationships in the Rogue significantly different than what we know about fish habitat relationships elsewhere?
I don't think I would say that there are. It's a lot like, I think it'd be a lot like how Gene described the temperature issue, where I don't think fish are necessarily using habitat in a different way there, but the habitat features may be different, right? And so just like the physics of how thermal loads develop might not be different in the Siskiyou. Maybe the vegetation that produces that shade might be a little bit different. I'd say the same thing about the Rogue, in that I think what we know about how fish use habitat is transferable in the Rogue and Siskiyou. That said, how the habitat is arranged may be a little bit different, and how well adapted the fish are to warmer, drier conditions might be a little bit different in the Rogue.
Thank you.
I had a question about just the Siskiyous and the streams. From Eastern Oregon, a lot of our fish streams go completely dry for much of the year. I mean, they're in the hottest time of the year when shade is critically important. They're dry. They're very important streams for a lot of the year. For early in the spring, steelhead and so on. Is it the same thing in respect? Is the Siskiyou experience stream types like that? And is that a difference from, like, say, Western Oregon, where often streams are running year round?
Sure. I mean, the precipitation and the way, not only the amount of precipitation, but the timing of that precipitation being different is going to confer some difference to the hydrology. And so, yeah, I would think in this area you are going to find more of those systems that tend to not have so much of that sponge of water available to support those more perennially flowing waters long term. But you do get the fish utilizing those habitats when they're available. I'll head back.
I would have, it's not really a question for staff, it would be more of a question for the board members who have been here for longer than the three newbies, or for you, Peter. And that is, we've heard a lot of criticism about the scope, what's included and what's not, and what was directed and what was by the board and what was directed by the board not to include. Can either a board member or Peter speak to some of the reasons for the decisions that were made?
The chief of the private forest division, when we acted on that. But, we were, just to start with, what triggered our work was, was a determination that, the board felt that, and this is before my time, I don't know if it was before your time or not, that there was, based on the protecting cold water rule of the Department of Environmental Quality and the Environmental Quality Commission, that based on the RIP stream work, that we were not compliant with that. There was impairment and that we needed to do something related to that. And that sparked quite a long effort to deal with that, which from a staff perspective, Peter headed that.
Yeah, but I think you were talking about were you talking about the scope of the current literature?
The review of the current literature.
I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about.
I'm sorry. Yeah, of the current literature review and the issues of like not looking at the logs and stream
And so there's been a lot of discussion about including large wood, but large wood is being covered under the RIP stream, Western Oregon. And now, is there a current? Maybe you could talk a little bit about what ongoing analysis is going on.
For the record, this is Margan Allen. To be clear, to reiterate that, so Largewood was not included in the Siskiyou analysis. Largewood is being discussed as part of the rest of the review that's happening in the rest of Western Oregon, which includes a continued look at ripstream data, but as well as a systematic review and possibly inclusion of modeling. When it came down to looking in the Siskiyou and setting the scope for the Siskiyou, that was set in order to consider amount of the existing resources and a timeline to bring information back to the board. Is that the proposal for the timeline and the resources involved with the scope of analysis was that the package we offered did not include large wood in the Siskiyou work in order to balance the availability of workload and resources, and that's what it comes down to.
Did that answer your question?
I could maybe add something to that. There were a number of parameters that were sort of talked about and under consideration. And at least, and you guys can correct me if you've got a different impression, but the impression that I had of, in part, what guided the discussion was that we went with temperature explicitly because it had the Clean Water Act regulatory component where we needed to make sure that we were doing our due diligence because the Forest Practices Act essentially acts as a compliance buffer for managers. And if we're not adequately meeting that standard, then that shield is not something that we should be conveying. And that we then went to also include desired future condition because that was a more comprehensive ecological evaluation rather than teasing out some of the specific subsequent, individual elements like large wood and sediment. But at least my understanding was that if we were looking at literature related to desired future condition, that it would encompass whether or not the riparian condition was adequate to protect sediment and large wood regimes necessary for a functional riparian aquatic system. So that may be a different interpretation than staff had. But at the time, my understanding or expectation was that we were looking at desired future condition as a more ecologically comprehensive
So, yeah, and so why we focused in on desired future condition is kind of built into the assumption of the rules as written that if we have desired future conditions would likely be providing adequate. It doesn't always work perfectly that way, but it does serve as sort of a larger surrogate for all the functions of it.
That's right. Which, as a result of that, and my expectation that desired future condition really was acting as a surrogate for ensuring that we had adequate ecological function to support large wood recruitment and appropriate sediment regime, I personally was surprised when studies relative to the relationship between forest practices and large wood recruitment were excluded, because I assumed that that would be included under the auspices of whether or not we're meeting the desired future condition.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that's sort of, so that, just to let everybody know, that was a surprise to me.
Oh, okay.
That the literature related to large wood and sediment, frankly, were excluded because we were doing a focus on desired future condition. For me, desired future condition encompasses a sediment regime and a large wood regime.
Yeah, but if we're using it as a surrogate, then the idea of doing that is that finding out are we meeting the desired future condition. I think it would be additional studies to then say, does that desired future condition actually provide adequate large wood and adequate ecological functions, an additional monitoring or literature review analysis question. At least that's the way my understanding of the scope that was presented was really focusing in, are we meeting that desired future condition? Not is that providing the functions that we've assumed.
But to me, it's almost an interchangeable bit of information. If we've got information indicating whether or not we've got desired future condition, we're using that as a surrogate to indicate we've got wood recruitment and sediment regime. I would also therefore assume that if we're looking at ecological function, which was what I was understanding as what we meant by desired future condition, that if we're not providing ecological function, that's an indication we're not at we're not meeting desired future condition. So studies that indicate we're not supplying or are supplying either way, the wood or the sediment or any of the other ecological functions would be illustrative of whether or not our practices are meeting desired future condition.
Yeah, and so I think it's sort of a distinction of the type of monitoring that we were doing. But yeah, thanks.
But I was surprised to see some of the studies that were excluded and the reasons that they were given for their exclusion.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Just to reiterate Cindy's point, if it's a desired condition, then that condition should provide the functions that are necessary to maintain a functional riparian area. And that includes transport of sediment, input of large wood, provision of shade, provision of allochthonous material, the leaves coming into the stream, all of those things. And so all of those things need to be included in that effort, in that monitoring effort.
Resiliency to flood, resiliency to drought, all of that's part of desired future condition.
Yeah, and so there was not a clear direction from the board about how expansive the literature review was expected to be.
Assumption on my part.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I would say I'm confused too. I totally appreciate and I have a huge amount of appreciation for the staff here and the work they do, and the importance of us as a board providing direction that recognizes the capacity and the workload that exists, and working within those limits. At the same time, I was confused reading the board packet where it said we gave direction that the only aspect of desired future condition should be shade. Because it certainly wasn't in my mind. Obviously, I was part of failing to communicate well, because I believe through the whole previous process, we had a lot of conversation about our wish that the previous process had been broader and had brought in these aspects of desired future condition that represent the various features that Brenda and Cindy have spoken to. And so I don't know where that leaves us. I know that you guys are, at least as you interpreted the scope, pretty close to completing this process. And this raises some other questions. There's the previous question about if and how climate modeling might factor in. And so it strikes me that we need to be thinking about this a little bit harder. I don't know if we can come to a decision on it today. I would almost encourage them to finish it under the direction that they've been proceeding, but that we keep this as a point for us to think about. If they finish it like this, are there pieces that are missing that we want to ask them to add on?
Yeah, and I think that's really important. And I don't think they limited desired future condition just to shade. It's the vegetation condition. Am I correct there? Maybe you could expand a little bit on that.
I think we've used this analogy before, but when we teed this up, that effectively we were going out to ask the question, is that basically the Forest Practices Act establishes this concept of a desired future condition. And it says, if we build this house, what you'll get with the house is these other things. And we were not, except for shade and temperature, going to question whether or not building the house provided the outcome. So we were planning, and we were hoping to be crystal clear that what we were teeing up is, did we build, or are we setting up the stage to build the house? And does that house provide shade and temperature? End of story.
So
That's
well,
not what I expected. In part, I think it may be the difference in discipline background. So when I think of desired future condition, I'm thinking more than tree structure. You know,
I think there's something important to understand with the Forest Practices Act, that the way the current rules are written and implemented on the ground are surrounded by basal area targets, which tend to promote larger trees. So it's not, we have no cut buffers, we have active management buffers, and within certain distances along stream reaches. And so one of the great things about the Forest Practices Act implemented on the ground, as I have, is the basal area targets, because bigger trees count for more, and we think bigger trees bring more benefit, are creating the desired future condition of a mature forest. That's one of the beauties of the Forest Practices Act. Is a lot of it's based on basal area targets. And those basal area targets are trying to push those riparian areas towards a desired future condition. If you simply look at it from, we're going to create no cut buffers that aren't managed, you can get other, that forest can develop in a much different way. You may have simply a thicket, a bunch of small trees and things like that. So I think it's important to remember, the way the rules are written and implemented are around basal area targets. One of the things I really like about the Forest Practices Act and implementation of it. So, and I think that those rules, to try to reach desired future condition, that's why they arrived at those basal area targets, right? Is that a fair statement? The creation of the rules, Kalina?
And so there, I think we got some work amongst this board and between the board members themselves in terms of conversation about setting direction. You raised that at your retreat, and I appreciate that. And we're working with staff to make sure of that. In this particular example, it's there was never a board discussion about what ecological functions and where do you draw the line is what's included in desired future condition, if that was your intent. So we could all say, well, maybe large wood. I mean, that says, oh, I would have thought large wood would have been in there. Would we have done leaf litter fall? Would we have done hyporheic flow? Would we have done, just where and what part of the literature scope do you expect to drive from a study of the riparian condition and what functions, stuff brought in by birds, insects and terrestrial insect and disease functions. The list balloons quite a bit if you include all ecological functions. And so I don't recall a discussion about setting those parameters. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have. What I'm saying is that as we go forward, I will work with staff to make sure we're clear about exactly, really clearly frame up what we're planning to include in. And again, we do a public systematic review process where we send out those criteria and get feedback. But I think we'll want to work as a board as we give directions, make sure we all understand the scope and the clarity, because that's what then allows us to effectively talk about workload and what we can accomplish and how much we can accomplish when. And, there's been a lot of work done. I think the proposal is in around June or July. We would be bringing back the completed systematic evidence review. So it's been pretty effective and quick staff work, particularly given the outreach they've done to in this process. So,
would it be appropriate at this time? I think certainly for me, if we proceed down the path that staff has currently been operating on that you thought we gave you direction at. It's not the direction I personally thought I was giving when I said what was said. Just it's a terminology definition difference. There's no, that's how it happened because there was assumptions on both sides that we were using the same words to mean the same thing and we weren't, is kind of what's hitting me at this point. What the result, though, is that if staff proceeds as you have been with your understanding of what you thought we told you to do, you would be doing work that would come to us in June that I would not find informative for reaching a decision on. And so it strikes me in light of the fact that we're trying to make efficient use of staff time and resources, that from my perspective, it would not be worth your time to continue down the path as you're currently interpreting the direction, because when you got to me in June, I would not have the information I needed to make a decision. So I'm wondering if it might not be worth spending some time with the board today trying to clarify a little bit. For me, a systematic review would need to be more inclusive to give information that I think I could reach a decision on.
We are going to start to lose at least a board member here because we're going over, and we have folks who have come here. So I would say if we're going to do that, we should move to our next item and then come back to this if board members aren't comfortable with going ahead. But we have people.
I understand.
To appear.
Yeah.
Or
we've got basically 5 minutes to figure out how we proceed forward from here, and I'm just wanting to put the marker down that it seems like it's not worth useful.
Let me just ask: is there a motion that you would like to make related to this that we could decide on, or are we not ready to have that kind of a?
Yeah. So generically, I would move that we that staff revisit the protocol for exclusion of literature, and come back to us next board meeting with a proposal for a broader protocol that is more likely to be inclusive of literature that is relevant to the question of whether or not the Forest Practices Act in the Siskiyou region is adequate to meet our riparian and aquatic needs.
I just want to say in all of that, as my understanding is that this literature review, that the literature is extremely light. And if that's the
part
case,
because of what's been excluded.
Partly, I just wonder, no matter what, whether we're expanding that will be adequate, or whether we're just on the path of coming down to saying we don't have enough information after this approach has been made. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong. But.
So not as part of the motion, but as a separate request, I would also ask that we bring Norm Johnson and Gordy Reeves to talk to us and present at the next meeting, because they've got information on this topic that would be relevant.
So just so I understand, you're saying that's a motion you'd be prepared to make. Can I ask a question before you make it, which is it feasible to do what's been asked in time for the next board meeting? And just so we understand what we're...
Yeah, or on whatever schedule is logical.
Yeah, just realistically, in terms of the next board meeting, the agenda's set.
The one after would be fine.
So we'll likely be pushing this down the road a bit, my guess, right? Is that...
Chair Emerson, members of the board, if I can just perhaps restate and add some clarity here. So Cindy, I heard your motion as you would like the staff to revisit the protocol to determine if the FPA is adequate to meet aquatic needs. Is there more there?
Well, so for me, I was perfectly comfortable with my understanding of what I thought the direction was that we gave you, that you're evaluating whether or not we're meeting desired future condition and temperature. But the way you have implemented your understanding of what we meant by desired future condition is so narrow that a lot of relevant information seems to be excluded from your lit review. And so maybe what we need to revisit is come back to us with so that we can explore what you mean and what we mean by is Forest Practices Act adequate to meet desired future condition for aquatic and riparian systems.
So it sounds like you're asking for a larger discussion really on the deeper meaning of DFC so that everybody's on the same page for the meaning behind it. So if we were to do that, basically we would stop all work right now. And so we're at the point where we've cast the net, we've used the protocol, stakeholders have been reviewing the literature that we found. And so in some ways we'd be disrespecting their time that helped us put together the protocol and review the work. And then we stop.
Except that a lot of the comments that we're getting from stakeholders is that we're excluding relevant
that we miss
literature.
things. Fair enough, I get that. So if we cannot come back in March, the agenda is set. So what we could do is come back in April, looking at the larger discussion to redesign the question to further flesh out that definition of desired future condition, as well as climate change. I haven't forgotten Jim's discussion this morning, and basically stop forward progress right now, redesign the question. Keep in mind that that has to go back out to stakeholders. I'm assuming you want us to continue our process of outreach and engagement. Go work with stakeholders again on the redesigned monitoring question and basically pick up that work and go forward. So we could do that now. We could stop where we're at, reset, and then go back and use the new monitoring question. Or we could continue the work in progress, get you to June. So based on the current direction, the work that we have, you at least have that body of information. And then at that time, your decisions, you can say additional study is warranted.
I think that would be a waste.
Point of clarification, and I'm going off memory here. We didn't direct them other than at the time to see if we had issues with cold water standards in the Siskiyous at that time. Board members have changed. Things have changed since then, but that was the direction. We had no studies. We had nothing on the Siskiyous, and we had nothing on Eastern Oregon as far as studies. Me and you talked about maybe we could get some from Idaho, some studies on the Eastern Oregon part. But at that time, we had no studies on the Siskiyous, and we knew that we had issues with the standard on the west side in the north part, but we didn't have any studies or anything to go by in the Siskiyous. So we directed them to see if we had an issue in the Siskiyous, and we were going to continue working on the west side, which we did. But things have changed then, and so I just wanted a clarification. They were doing what they were told to do, and I appreciate the work. But
if I can sort of expand on at least my understanding of the history of how we got to where we are, is that at least at one meeting I was startled to discover that the riparian rule that we did adopt was geographically limited, because I had not heard any discussion of the fact that it was only being limited potentially to the west side.
Yeah.
And I think, Peter, before you were director, when you were in that part, when you were in Lena's position, offered as one way for me to get over my angst over the fact that we were not rulemaking statewide, was that we could do an examination of the literature to see what we knew about whether or not we were having temperature issues elsewhere in the state, because the rulemaking that we ended up with was in fact being driven by temperature. Yeah. And I was, not thrilled with that, but could live with the fact that we were acting on only part of the state with our riparian rule revision, but that we would ultimately be gathering what information we needed to determine if subsequent action was necessary elsewhere in the state. At the time, I think I made a fairly nasty stink over the fact that we were making a decision because we thought that the ripstream data and study could not be expanded in its inferences statewide. while I was saying from all of my background and history in working in fisheries, I thought data that we had about management relationships to temperature that occurred in Siberia would probably be as relevant as Ripstream was statewide. And so I have, from the very beginning, felt like our literature review on all of the riparian rule revision discussions was being artificially limited, and that was why we were finding ourselves in situations where we thought we were not data rich enough to make a decision. That when we're sitting here talking particularly about temperature, that it is in fact in part a physics question and a relationship. And so as long as you're dealing within the same latitude around the globe, any of the studies that dealt with management practices and stream temperature would be informative to our decision, as long as we understood the limitations of the studies and the caveats associated with the conclusions. What I'm finding now, I think when we were going through the process, and I agree, we gave you direction on DFC and temperature. My understanding from some of the conversations that we'd had was that we were looking at DFC as a broader and more comprehensive way to get at the question of ecological function, which was beyond and in addition to the initial temperature question. And we're not getting that because of a lack of clarity in the direction that we gave to staff. But certainly I think there are a lot of, even if we backed back down and just we're going to deal with temperature in this question like we did in the riparian rule revision that we did, there are a lot of studies related to forest management practices and stream temperature implications that are relevant and informative that are, I think, being artificially excluded from consideration.
Okay. So I think the question for the board is, there is a motion to in the way that you described it, which would, as I understand it, bring kind of a halt to this process until we meet again and redefine it. Or we continue to the June date with the process that we're on, that would and could make a decision then about whether we feel that we have what we need or not to make a decision. Is that sort of the correct situation?
Yes, that would be the option. Stay the course, get to June, and discuss additional studies being warranted.
I think it would be, from my perspective, it would be a waste of time.
Okay, so.
I just wonder, Margaret, getting back to your comment about sort of assuming if we establish the right structural conditions to provide shade and address temperature concerns, that we would be then providing the other attributes that people were looking for in desired future condition. I mean, I wonder whether or not you could elaborate either today on that or plan to elaborate on that in April to proceed, and then see whether sort of your interpretation and your team's approach to the guidance that you understood is actually going to get us all on the same page or not.
I think this is always the challenge, is for the board in your adaptive management process, is how big of a bite are you going to take when you are looking at completing the adaptive management cycle. So when we had this conversation, at least certainly our intent was to bring you a meal, and part of that meal discussion was how much workload our unit could encompass. Was as we described it, given that we already had the rest of the work going on in Western Oregon, we're going to do a small expansion to the compliance audit. And we were adding this in. We said, given the resources and time, that is the bite of your adaptive management loop review we're going to look at and bring to you. Now, I want to be clear. So in the foundations of the riparian management areas of the Forest Practices Act, that it does make that assumption effectively that if we build this house of desired future condition, these other things will come. I want to be absolutely clear that does not mean that if when we set a scope for a project, that we mean to say, for example, like large wood, that leaving that out of scope in a current project does not mean it is not worthy of investigation ever, or we know for sure that that will happen. But for example, if we come to you and say, we looked into specifically the structural elements and the likelihood of building this basically a stand structure, if the light comes on the dashboard immediately, we can't even be on track to build the house. That's a light on the dashboard that probably everything else that we're talking about as the outcomes, the products of the house are in danger too. So when we give you the scope, it's not to say that we're telling you don't look under the rest of the hood. We're saying we're going to look under, we lift it up, we're going to look at the car, and in particular, we're going to lift up the hood and we're going to look at shade and temperature. That doesn't mean later we shouldn't look at the coolant system or the tires or anything else in the rest of the car. It simply is giving you a size of a review that is not saying we're going to take the entire car apart and strewn it out in front of you and talk about every single part of the car. We offered you parts of the running car that is the Forest Practices Act to look at for this scope in time, for this amount of resources and time. And everything else is fair game always into the future.
I just want to say we're about to lose our next item here. So I think we either need to, we need to make a decision at this
So
moment.
I've got one real quick thought, and that is, I agree with you. We're not going to deal with everything all at once. We made that decision in the first iteration that we were going to focus on temperature and maybe come back with large wood. That caused angst at the time, and I actually talked to a lot of the stakeholders. You know, is this really the way you want us to deal with it? Proceed with temperature, even if next year we're coming back with a rural revision in the exact same area based on the ripstream analysis of large wood? And everybody said, yep, that's what we want to do, go with temp. So perhaps what would be a more useful use of your time would be to make a decision today to focus explicitly between now and June on shade and temp, but get only, but get broader or looser or how in your acceptance of what studies related to shade and temp should be included in this in the review. Because I think that's the other part of it is that I think there are, like ripstream, I think speaks a lot to shade and temp that is relevant to the SISCU. So I would be personally very happy to proceed with the direction that you go ahead now, focused explicitly between now and June on shade and temperature, but you get broader in your inclusivity of what studies relative to shade and temperature you're including in your review.
I understand that getting broader means also that we take another look at the protocol.
Possibly, if it's the protocol that's eliminating, if it's the protocol that's eliminating what I think are relevant studies that speak to forest practices and shade and temp.
And at this time, I can't guarantee you that if we relook at, if we broaden, so to speak, if we can make it by June, I can't make that.
Or by whenever.
Yeah.
And if you did that, you go and direct, the regional forest practices committee didn't recommend that. They said, look at the SISCUs. And you're saying,
I'm saying that there is that studies relative to forest management practices and shade and temperature that didn't happen to be cited explicitly in the SISCU still are informative about shade and temperature relationships within the SISCU. I mean, that's a fairly common, accepted approach to science.
So Chair Imison, this is a super, Chair Imison, Peter. a super important conversation, but I am extremely concerned that we have the dean of the OSU College of Forestry.
No, we don't. We don't anymore.
They're gone?
So, they're good. Here's what they'll use it for.
Yeah.
Right now, thanks.
Yes, there won't be. And I'm sorry, I got a little distracted figuring that one out. So I didn't hear your reaction to what Cindy was suggesting.
So Cindy is suggesting that we broaden the inclusivity. Yeah. Okay. If we did that, we'd have to take a look at the protocol and we'd have to, it would have to get redesigned a little bit. I can't give you a guarantee that by doing that, we will be here in June. I can't say June is it, but. Yeah. Yeah.
I think that would be a change in scope. And so my view is that would also require a board to make that decision.
Yes. If we were to broaden that, I would still like to come back to you and clearly explain what we are broadening it to catch, so we don't have any miscommunication on what you think or what I thought. So I still think it would have to be a board decision.
So
I'm just curious in terms of whether staff have an opinion on this and the additional value it would bring or not. We've heard stakeholders advocate for it, but what's your opinion?
I'll actually weigh in kind of on that. It's kind of where I would say 3/4 of a way through a process that will bring information to the board. And we've always had this concern about the wrong rock, and it's kind of playing out. But I think we will bring useful information to the board, and we're almost there if we're talking June. And so the sense there is we could end up going back, and I don't know if we're going to save that much more time. I think it's April, May, June, we're talking about 3-4 months, and then we can spend some time to really define the scope of the next project and get it right. Right now, what I hear kind of from a direction is maybe we can kind of go back and morph it just a teeny bit, and that makes me really uncomfortable. If the problem was we didn't give clear direction, then we've just set up a situation where we're given unclear direction to morph the project just a little bit, and that's going to set us back where we wouldn't even be willing. I would say we need to come back in April, spend a fair amount of time redefining the project, which then we could start working on again. So we wouldn't even get started again till June. So
we could also get some actual public input on this precise decision, which I think would be helpful.
So you're suggesting we conclude this? We're 75% of the way through. We finish this.
No.
Oh.
I read that as a suggestion. I read that as a.
You're asking for staff's opinion, Nils. I'm going to be bold here. I would like to finish the project. We are that close.
That's what I was saying.
I mean,
I may have been using the wrong.
There will be information of value. It's not going to hit every box Cindy's looking for, but there is going to be information of value. And it would be cleaner if we finish the project as was, and then you say, additional study is warranted. And then we can be very, very clear about what are those missing parts. Process-wise, and I like a process, it would flow better if we did it that way, in my opinion.
I'm supportive of that. I just really feel, one way or another, we'll be at June, and we may not be happy in either case, however this goes. So I think we should just cut bait and move ahead. This was for information only, and I think we should just leave it there.
Yeah.
And be done.
And it seems to me then that one of the critical elements that we need to discuss whenever we revisit this topic or any related is an understanding of what makes a study relevant to the question at hand. Because I think what's making me particularly uncomfortable, and I think a lot of the stakeholders as well, is that there are numerous studies out there that are relevant to this question that for whatever reason the protocol that was developed ended up in those studies being excluded, so that the report we're getting back is incomplete in terms of what is known about the questions that you're looking at.
Yeah, just very quickly, I think a recommendation I would make is to go ahead and finish what you've done because you're that far along, so finish that out. But also, if you could, give some thought to what constitutes relevance and come back with some suggestions about other ways of expanding the scope that would include relevant information. That would be helpful.
Okay, so we have no motion, so I think that's good advice, and I think we're done with this item today.
And thank staff for
Thank you
your
very
excellent
much.
patience with us.
So did we lose OSU? That really concerns me.
Yes.
They're gone?
Oh, I can follow up. Should we take a short, or should we just get?
We just have one item.
Yeah.
So we have just one last item, item 5, the agency financial dashboard and budget update. Bill. I don't. Not for one last item. Yeah. At another, we won't get it. Right. I mean, I was anxious. So you're right. I don't know. Pre-works. That's what I asked. Yeah, you know,
All right, are we ready?
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Imus and State Foresters, members of the board. For the record, my name is Travis Medema. I currently serve as a Deputy State Forester and I'm the Operations Director. Normally, I serve as the Department of Forestry's Eastern Oregon Area Director. With me is James Short. He is the Deputy Director for Agency Administration. Our Agency Administration Chief, Bill Herber, is out sick today, so I will be pinch hitting for him. And what that means is James will carry all the load. So sorry, James.
Appreciate it, Travis.
Today's agenda item is a high-level overview of the department's financial dashboard and short presentation on the GRB. The intent is not to dive down into individual divisions or a whole bunch of specific information, but truly, as the board has asked for, paint a high-level picture of the agency's financial dashboard. Recognizing we're probably a little past time, we may expedite this and may look to cut a little bit out at the very end in the essence of time. So with that, we'll go pretty fast. James, take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair Imeson, State Forester Doherty, members of the board. For the record, my name is James Short, Assistant Deputy Director for Administration. Firstly, given that we have several new board members, I wanted to quickly highlight the purpose of this agenda item. This presentation is given biannually and will provide a high-level overview of the agency's financial status. For your awareness regarding the $102 million fire season we just experienced, one of the biggest areas of concern over the last few months has been cash availability and budget expenditure limitation. Since we were the responsible agency for most of these fires, we have to cover these expenditures until cost recovery can be completed. Given the fire season costs were about a quarter of our entire biennial budget, you can understand some of the difficulties we've experienced as an agency. To highlight our limitation issues, here's a chart of our current legislatively approved budget. The darker shaded areas are where we have started, or where we started the biennium with our legislatively adopted budget. As you can see, the lighter shaded areas between the 2017 and 2018 fire season, our budget has increased over $140 million. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Okay. You'll notice that our general fund has increased by over $30 million, which was primarily for the 2017 fire season costs. We have requested an additional $31 million of general fund as we moving into the upcoming legislative session. This increase will increase our budget over to about $600 million. Here's our cash balance for our main account through the biennium to date. You'll notice quite the roller coaster ride as we go through two major fire seasons. I'd like to explain some of these peaks and valleys of the chart. As you might expect, the biggest draws on our cash balances are fire costs. The red circles indicate large amounts of payments to support those expenditures. You see a major reduction in June of 2018. This purple circle indicates our paying back of the Treasury line of credit. This line of credit cannot span fiscal years, so we have to pay it off before June 30th. The orange circles are where we pull in receipts from our fire protection assessments. You'll notice that in November of 2018, even though we pulled in about the same amount of cash as of 2017, our fire costs were so high, the increases were negligible because of the cash that was expended at a high rate to pay for the fire season. The green circles are where we've had to draw large amounts of cash from the Oregon Department of Treasury line of credit. In 2017, there was a total draw of $50 million. And in 2018, a total of $75 million was drawn from the line of credit. To add complexity, ODF still has to distribute revenue that can further compound cash flow issues. These are highlighted by the blue circles. Fortunately, we are back to business as usual as far as our accounts payable goes from this past fire season. And we can get back on track with our cash balances as our fire cost reimbursements come in. So speaking of cash, we are looking good on our revenues compared to our biennial projections. As you're probably aware, fire cost recovery can take many years, and this manifests in what you see on the chart for the fire protection program. Some of our revenues booked for this biennium is from previous fire seasons, just as some of this year's fire seasons will move into the upcoming bienniums. The state forest is on track with their revenue. Private forest shows a normal picture with most of their revenue coming in later quarters of the fiscal year, as well as having excess limitation. Administration is pretty much on track. This chart is skewed by the $100 million we are carrying as an agency regarding the Elliott State Forest bonding transaction. Other programs include equipment pool, PMATA, capital improvement, and construction, which all carry extra limitations. As for where the department sits regarding expenditures compared to our 2017-19 biennial budget, we are sitting pretty much as anticipated. Fire season is typically overspent by now, but will slow down due to the season ending. The other programs typically spend at this lower rate compared to the expenditure limitation they carry. On the administration side, you'll once again have the Elliott $100 million skewing the chart, but if removed, the administration program is spent about 64% of their budget. All right, the governor's budget. Earlier this morning, State Forester Doherty talked about the governor's budget. I wanted to briefly touch on some of these technical aspects of the budget. As submitted, our ARB agency request budget contained 5 policy option packages. And as mentioned earlier, the agency initiative was not included in the governor's budget. The fire season severity package was also not included in the governor's budget, but it was moved forward into the emergency fund budget. Also not recommended in the governor's budget was our policy option package for deferred maintenance. As outlined in Senate Bill 1067, all agencies must request 2% of their deferred maintenance costs. But ultimately, this 2% was addressed at the statewide level. In the end, only our state forest other fund limitation requests were moved forward into the governor's budget. So without the policy option packages, in addition to the one-time funding for the Elliott State Forest being removed, the governor's budget ends up at about $390 million. Ultimately, the governor's budget comes in at roughly current service level for the agency, with some typical reductions in S&S, services and supplies, and vacancy savings.
So maybe we can pause there. There's some great stuff going on in agency administration around some modernization that we have some slides on, but in essence of time, we could pause here and bring that back at a later point in time, or we could cover some of those. It's 100% up to the board. Right on.
All right, thank you. I did want to take a minute to let the board know where the administrative branch is headed in regards to managing our business operations. As you may be aware, state agencies administer most of all business functions using a multitude of systems managed by the Department of Administrative Services. Many of these systems are 30-year-old mainframe systems. Okay, so wait till you get to the next slide. Ultimately, these systems are systems of records and must be utilized. However, agencies have some flexibility to interact with them in a way that makes the most sense for the agency. There it is, 30-year-old. Here's an example of one of our current financial systems. The data is not important here, but I do want to highlight that in many of our processes, for example, fire finance, the process is very complex, but we have simplified them to better utilize the systems we have to work in. However, this limits our ability to do a lot of fine-tune and real-time analysis of many areas of our operation. What the administrative branch is currently undertaking is a modernization effort across many of our fronts, which will introduce systems and processes that will allow us to do business with more complexity, even simpler than we do now. One of our key areas is a business intelligence system over our financial systems. This will allow us to see the data and emerging issues in a much more graphical and contextual manner. So instead of that black screen I showed you previously, we have information available to us in a more usable fashion. It's also more consumable for someone who is not a subject matter expert in the field. So much more to come from us on this front, but I just wanted to give you a highlight of ways we are improving our business operations. With that, I conclude my presentation and take any questions. Thank you.
I think it was our last board meeting when the state forest folks were up. I asked if we could have an additional slide put in the dashboard that shows state forest revenue and expenditure over time. You know, I know for the first number of years that certainly all of the first term, almost any time we saw dashboard information, we had the state forest graph of going to zero. We've had a number of I think Bob Van Dyke in particular, but a number of stakeholders that have been raising questions about revenues and expenditures in state forest. And I'd like to see that information graphically presented to us.
So I appreciate that. Thanks, Cindy. As you know, I mentioned up front, this is an agency high-level overboard dash view, and we weren't going to dive down into individual divisions. There are opportunities to do that. You know, whether it's in state forest, as we're talking about forest management plans, or annual reports from each of the divisions. And so the intent with this was, again, 50,000 foot, provide that dashboard. Those opportunities would occur when divisions are here to have those conversations.
I know for a while the revenue to zero was part of the agency dashboard.
And so this time what we talked about when we, you know, one of the goals of this dashboard is to help you know when the light's red. If you think of it as a dashboard and it's time to pay attention. And that was around the fire and the limitation and borrowing. Was it 50 million? 75 million dollars, and having to then go out and get another line of credit. Those were eating our lunch towards the end of fire season. And so when the state forest was brought up, it was that same sort of red light. We have an issue here. We need to bring it to the board attention. We are addressing it now at the board, and I think that kind of a detail should be brought up within the forest management plan analysis. That's where we see that as being relevant, to be bringing that in terms of.
Yeah, I'd certainly personally like to get some information on that, because we've had some testimony and some commentary, and I don't know where things stand. So I'd like, you know, it seems like that's something that you all would be better able to do than the state forest folks able to do, because it's a financial thing, you know, sort of what have your costs and, you know, cost per FTE. I don't know what the proper unit would be.
I appreciate that. I think the larger context around state forest, around financial viability, is we've talked about, it's really a three-legged stool. And we've talked about the forest management plan. We've talked about business improvement. We've talked about business modeling. And so really those are the experts that are implementing that. And, you know, in terms of the dashboard, the 50,000 foot, underneath that, as you get into financial viability and the policies of state forests, they are truly the experts in that. And
and I'm not looking policy. I really was wondering more about the budget stuff. And so if we could get the budget information on, you know, revenue and income over time, so that I have a gauge by which to judge all of the testimony on that topic that we're hearing. At this point, it's unanchored for me.
Yeah, and again, I think if I recall those correctly, they weren't just past revenue, it was future projections that everybody was interested in. And the future projections are not a budget item. That's an analysis modeling thing, the forecasting. And we kept coming back, and it was always shifting out, which is one of the challenges of trying to forecast timber prices beyond a year or so. Again, we'll have a state forest topic coming up, and again, I think that's the place where we should be, you know, bringing that's where we would see bringing that information.
Yeah, and again, I'd go back to James's slide that shows the actual financial transactions for state forest. You can see that. I think what you're mentioning is the revenue.
And I'm looking for a longer time frame, because what we're being told is that we're in a period where our income in state forest is higher than it's ever been, but our costs of operation are so high that that's what's driving us to the problem of financial viability. And I have no way to know whether that's right or not.
Can I? Yeah. I'm curious, because you have, for most of the time I've been on the board, and Cindy's been on the board, there was a slide in this dashboard that was the state forest cash balance. And it had history and it had future. And in order for you to do that, you had to have some estimate of revenue and expense, right? And I think you and I talked about that. This isn't that difficult. I mean, certainly on the expense side, there's a little more certainty about the assumptions that go into that. Right? I mean, I mean, I appreciate that every 2 years, you don't know what's going to happen. But so, I mean, I think that was the question.
Yeah. And we dropped, and if my understanding is we dropped that about a year or two ago, or was it? Yeah. And it really came, and we switched from the revenue projection, which showed the FDF fund, and then we switched to putting up projected revenues and projected costs, which is a more recent thing. But I think we did that during state forest topics. Right. Again, I can talk to state forest about getting that, having them where they're at with their projections, and are they projecting that far forward? Any sort of, when we look at financial viability.
Well, Liz is sitting here.
Yeah.
So when will we next have your information? Is that when your next step before the board?
I think if you go back and look at the minutes, it was inferred that we'd be able to have that in the dashboard in January. So I was looking for it.
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Peter. We are
welcome.
Joking, right? Yes. So we've discussed financial viability in several ways, and we do have metrics, and we are the experts. So I appreciate that, and track it closely, our expenditures, and we have projections out about 4 years of we were expecting. From the slide that James just took down there, we could see that we are exceeding our revenues on our biennial projections. So that is good, and our expenditures are tracking as they were projected to be when we developed that biennial budget. So we are in good shape, and we have benefited from the recent higher cycle in the forest products markets. As far as a detailed presentation and kind of a grounding in the information, it really speaks to, this longer term look that Cindy's talking about, and others have too, around expenditures and potential revenues. Way Liz and I have been thinking about that is it's really in the analysis portion of the forest management plan, and really helping us define, are we going to meet financial viability over the long term with benefits from a new forest management plan. And so we understand and we hear that you're asking for that information, and we can bring that to you as part of the analysis in the forest management plan to get grounded.
I actually would really like to see essentially the dashboard that you used to show us in this financial dashboard presentation, but with the additional revenue expense lines over that same time period. So I'm not only looking forward, but also historically. What has our revenue line been doing over the last 10 years, and what has our cost line been doing over the last 10 years, as well as whatever projection forward you can do.
Okay. I think it would also be helpful, at least for me, to understand how much is being spent developing the new forest management plan, since we already have one in place now, compared to what it would cost to simply pursue the HCP, compared to pursuing both of them at the same time. So in other words, what's the net increased cost associated with doing both of them simultaneously versus one or the other? And then given one or the other, what are the costs associated with each?
Yeah, okay, I understand that. And I know when we presented the HCP in November, we had project costs in there. And we haven't presented the projected FMP project costs, but we could make an estimate there. And that is, and as Peter said earlier, out a year or two, we feel pretty good about our projections on cost and revenue. And as you get out there further, it gets extremely difficult to be accurate.
What I'd like to see, I think is what businesses typically do. Obviously you can't predict the future completely, but you can what a typical forecast would be. And in your case, since you're really so dependent upon timber prices, and that's where most of the revenue is coming from, is you have probably three different forecasts, and one is based on timber prices in this range, and then the median range and a high range, and so that you're able to have the most likely scenario and a better and a worse. That's typically the kind of thing that I think I'm used to and would love to see. And I think, we're still trying to get our arms around what Bob Van Dyke has brought up repeatedly. It appears that the costs have gone up dramatically and are likely to, but we would like to understand why. And is it, and I understand most of it's probably not things that you guys are able to control, particularly if it's employee related costs of PERS and medical care. But I think there's a high level of interest on this board to understand that.
And I think we've said that part of the FMP process is going to be a deeper dive into what those costs are and what the projections are in various scenarios. That's the only way we really understand if we're getting to financial.
In the meantime, the quick overview would be really handy.
Okay, and so once again, giving clear direction to the department and staff, and we have a work plan that was laid out and sort of going on, and I think we have a couple of things scheduled already in March for the state forest management planning process, as well as the HCP process. Those were sort of work that was added partway through the process, and now we want to see another kind of intermediate product that's not directly related to either the FMP or the HCP fully, because it's more now of a sort of a projection of where we are in financial viability now, and what was a past trend and what was a forward trend. So I'm trying to think of where appropriately does this fit in, and
are we going to see the dashboard every board meeting, or is that going to come quarterly? The overall dashboard.
I'll let him.
It's twice a year.
Twice a year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's probably why it was inferred that this would be in the January dashboard, because it's so long till the next dashboard that we see. Because yeah, I'm not looking to the deeper dive. I'm just looking for what used to be in the dashboard, except with the cost and expense and revenue lines. So we start to get a feel for it.
One of the things that we're doing for March, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're bringing back an overall vision and kind of what went wrong and why are we doing the forest management plan.
Right, that was, so Liz Dent, for the record, that was a response to the last board meeting where we were discussing the forest management plan, and the board asked us to come back describing the overall vision for a revised forest management plan and to call out at a high level what is working with the current forest management plan, what isn't working, and what changes that we're proposing that might address the twin goals. So that's a document that we've been diligently working on, and is what we we're bringing that forward and pushing back what we had already planned to bring in March. So this sort of cascading process. We add a product, the planned product timeline gets bumped out, and that's fine, just full awareness of that. And if I'm tracking, Peter, where you're going, that is still on our books for what we would bring in March, and we would not bring necessarily any additional products as are being discussed here today. Is that?
Yeah, I'm just curious of the workload required.
No, I mean, I think that's fine, but I think, given the previous discussions about this, and that the next dashboard is scheduled for June, maybe you could talk to us about in March sort of what metrics you want to be including or showing to us in the future as part of that discussion in March.
So I hear you, and as I look at my notes, I'm seeing a couple different asks, and from our traditional board members, I think they're asking for the dashboard, and I know what that is, and we can produce that for March. From some of our newer board members, I'm hearing additional requests for specific project costs and to show historic trends and possible futures. And I could understand where they're at too, not having that background knowledge. And so I need clarity from the board itself. Is it just the dashboard slide and that's the informational piece, or is it the bigger conversation around trends and why our costs are increasing and what we really predict for costs and revenues in the future?
I think the immediate request is a simple one, if I'm not mistaken. It is.
That was the promise I thought we got in November, that we would see this month. I'm just looking back at my notes from that meeting, and that was what the request in November was, that this January we'd get the dashboard. Sorry.
So I think it's a simple request, which is it's a forecast of what we're, what's happening with the fund.
Not the fund as much. I think it's just the most recent dashboard.
Yeah, but I think we still, I think what Cindy was referring to, what Nils was referring to, we always, Satish would give us some numbers and it would indicate like we were going to be out of money in 2020, I think it was. Keeping an eye on that number, right? And that's moved around because of the relatively high stumpage prices we had. And then and what our costs are. I think
cost and revenue.
That what we needed at some point as we get more deeply into FMP is more depth to all of that, so we can get a sense as we look at different options for a new forest management plan, how those numbers would change in a way that is positive.
Yeah, great. So maybe, yeah, it does. So maybe I'll just say what I think I'm hearing and how I think we can respond to it. So I see 2 products for March, in addition to what we're already doing, that we would bring our revenue forecast, as including a look back. So historic revenues, projected future revenues, historic costs, projected future costs, and what we can do there, as well as recognizing, I think you all do, the amount of the revenue that's distributed to the county versus the revenue that we keep. So that is something that we can do. I'm also hearing that you'd like to see the Forest Development Fund balance, which is, I think, what you all are kind of.
That was the new.
Yeah, although we did move from that to the costs and revenues, because that, especially in the context of thinking about the forest management plan, that's really the relevant piece. I would argue the Forest Development Fund is going to come and go, and we're going to have to manage that accordingly. But it's really about how do we control our costs, and how does that relate to the revenues?
Forest management, the Forest Development Fund was what created some sense of.
Correct. Right.
The fact that we need to do this sooner rather than.
Right. So those 2 things are something we can, I think, relatively easily bring in March. If there's any issues that come up between now and March, we'll explain why we weren't able to do that when we come to the March meeting. So there's that. And then the second piece, which is really important, is around when we're talking about the forest management plan and having the conversation with the board, that where we're looking at the trade-offs between a proposed plan and the current plan, that part of that analysis has to look at relative, and that's an important term here, relative costs and revenues between a proposed plan and a current plan. We did that during the alt FMP work, and it may seem like a simple exercise at face value, but we'll describe at the time, what the levels of uncertainty are and why. I would remind folks that as a public entity, we bear certain costs that are expected, and rightly so, in service of Oregonians. And a lot of that is, additional analyses, needing to bring on facilitators. We spent money on a science review during the alternative FMP work. So there are things when there are conversations around your costs have gone up and why is that, there are a lot of things happening that have nothing to do necessarily with our staffing level. And so there are a bunch of other costs embedded in ultimately what our expenditures end up being at the end of the year. So I think that's just, I would really like people to remember that.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I don't think anybody is inferring that you guys are layabout wastrels getting paid exorbitant amounts of money. I don't think anybody has that assumption.
No,
the question that gets raised is, can this be an economically viable enterprise as it,
right.
as it exists? And
right.
That's
right.
And if that's a bigger, if the board were to conclude that it couldn't, then I think the state would have to look at other options for how they want to proceed.
That's right.
Are we done here? Because I have one other question.
No, you go right ahead.
Okay. I have one question back on the main cash account balance. I'm just curious where you're showing sort of a relatively low position over the course of this time span. My assumption is that you've got accounts receivable or current receivables, whatever your language is. But then my second question would be, or a question would be, are those primarily from the federal government, and are they at risk with a shutdown, and are there concerns there or not?
So yes, some of those are accounts receivable, and our FEMA reimbursements are held up currently due to the government shutdown. So.
Okay, but you're not concerned about your cash account balance and when you might get reimbursed?
I am concerned.
Yeah. Okay.
So not one, and this is not a trivial question. This came up at both executive leadership team and at the Natural Resource Cabinet, and we are not the only agency that is at risk, and some of them, such as Human Services and those which rely on a much larger portion of their federal funds, are starting to look. We have a line of credit because of our fire program, so we do have access to capital, which and I haven't heard from staff that that's going to be an issue yet, but we do have we're prepared to go borrow money. There are other state agencies that are normally not in that role, and the governor's asked to hear about that and report out when is it going to be crucial that we start setting those treasury lines of credit up, and it will start having an impact to the overall state government in terms of unexpected interest costs, particularly if the larger education and DHS, Department of Human Services, end up having to start borrowing money to maintain their current services. So that it's not a trivial question. And so, yeah, we are concerned and attentive to that.
Neil's never asked a trivial question.
Well, he suggested it might be. Maybe not.
Anything more for this group? We have some public comment.
I would just say to the board, thank you for the clarity and the direction, and we'll come back on with the request on the dashboard in March, and I appreciate the clarity for what you're asking for. So thank you.
Okay. One whose name has been mentioned several times in this conversation, Bob Van Dyke.
Board members, State Forest Authority, for the record, Bob Van Dyke. For the time late in the day, it has been a long meeting, I know. I think you've addressed some of the concerns I had. Just to try to be clear, what I'm getting at is that we all want to have a viable state forest program, and in part to get there, we're thinking about changing the forest management plan, and how much we might change that and what we could expect of changes are important questions for us. What I don't think the board's been as clear at, and I could use some help understanding, is what kind of costs we're going to face in the future to staff that forest management plan. Even if we just keep the current program, what are we expecting ahead? And I want to join some of the comments that have been made, that I'm not implying any criticism about effort or efficiency or any of those things with the department. I really don't have much to speak to one way or the other in that. I do know from reading the paper that there's a lot of pressure on agencies to meet costs which they don't control, that are leading to significant cost increases over time. And I think this is true for public sectors, frankly, across the nation. So, and I'm sure there are some that are quite specific to the Department of Forestry and the State Forest Program, separate from the broader costs that the government faces for state employees. So anyway, those are the concerns I'm getting at. I'll continue to try to be in communication with the staff about those to the extent I can address them, but I'm glad and appreciate the conversation there's been about them today. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, good night. I think anybody have anything else here?